Well, hey, look at that. We're all here, everybody. We made it.
Oh, hey.
The show
Wunderbar.
is here. We've arrived.
We're down one Leica, but that's fine.
It's okay, everybody. It's everything's great. Don't even worry about it. We're all fine.
Yes,
Yeah.
she's in here in spirit.
And in horses.
It does remind me. Yeah, she did say she was gonna like haunt me for all my days because of a thing I sent.
That sounds right. We all say things.
Yeah, we all say things, you know. Unfortunately for me, Leica is very serious when it comes to hauntings. So,
Well, the
She
good
do
news
have
is
that
that first she
power.
has to die, so you've got some time.
I have a little time. Thank goodness for that.
Oh, I love that the Benzilium oil all worked out. It was the deep ones gift.
Oh,
made.
my God.
Oh, yeah.
Also, thank you, Omega, for
Why
becoming a
ain't shit?
member. Oh,
Yeah.
becoming a digital
He's so
champion.
powerful.
But yes, we're all here now, and I'm not in charge. Red, you're in charge.
Oh fuck!
You're still in the house.
Come
the
on,
doors to the
guys!
outside.
We just started!
Oh Jesus Christ!
We don't even have a bar today! We don't
Okay,
even have
so-
a bar
All
today!
right. not
Okay,
started.
all right, okay. Before anyone does anything else, I need to be very clear.
Pump your
This
brakes,
is not the
guys.
donation stream.
This is not.
This is not when the donation fundraiser thing is happening. If you need that to go to the donation fundraiser thing, you can tell us.
Yeah,
Like
but
if that was a
like-
mistake and you meant it to go there, we'll move it over. We'll start the gauge like that much further at the start of next time. It's
Yeah,
okay.
But like for realsies, guys, like this is just the dive. If you donate for like getting a question in early, that's perfectly fine and okay. But like if you're like, oh, I'm trying to drop things in to get campaign 2 funded for the most part, give it a minute. We're not there yet.
Panic.
Calm
Panic.
down, guys.
Also, Chad, it's not like a vote. It's not like the vote says that it's going to be saved for the stream. The person who donated decides whether it's saved for the stream.
Oh God. Oh Christ. Okay. Well, I suppose we should get things started with some introductions for the most part. I'm usually the one who runs these things, so I guess I can start us off on things. Hi, everybody. It's your boy, Nick here, the VA. Normally, I'm in charge of this stuff for the most part, but because I didn't DM this campaign, that goes to the dynamic duo right above me for the most part. But aside from things that I do, in this campaign, I voiced Adam as well as the Kidonimon line, and I'll throw it over to Chase for now. So, hiya.
Hiya, it's me, Chase. Hello. On this channel, I do writing things. I do directing things. I voice Unimon in this game, as well as in the show, Digimon Adventure Abridged. I voiced Gorillamon, I think his name was. Maybe Apemon. You never know. That's maybe a different guy. He's,
8-Mon shows up in 02.
Okay, we got there. I voiced that guy in Tamers. I voiced Meramon and the Gabumon line, and I also voiced the narrator. Waha, yippee! And in this game, I played Micah, and as I said earlier, the Bokomon line, which honestly, very, very not iconic voice. No one would recognize what that's from.
Not in any way, shape, or form, no.
Very
Yeah.
self-performance.
But of course.
Very everyman. If I do say so myself.
Very John
It's a
Smith.
it's a very calm, soothing voice, to be honest.
Yes.
Honestly, really the
Don't make me
voice of
sound
reason
exactly
for all
like
of us.
Johnny Young Bosch.
God dang it. Ichigo's here.
Now you're...
Now you feel like number one.
Yeah.
Shining bright for everyone.
Yeah.
Mastodon.
Living out your fantasy. I don't love my man.
God dang it.
Do-wap.
We also have Grim Boy.
Hello. Hi. Are we saying what we voice and stuff?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
little intros and whatnot for people who don't know us.
Hey, I'm Grimjack. I voice in Intruders Leon and good old Caramon.
He hungry.
The hunky boy.
Hungriest boy in the whole world.
But yes, hello. I'm happy I could make it.
I'm glad
I
you
almost
could.
thought I wouldn't, but I'm here.
I'm glad you're
You
alive.
Me too. More powerful than ever before.
Throw it over to Weasel. Hiya.
Hello, I am P.S. Weasel. In this campaign, I voiced Blake and Zubamon line. And I usually pick music for everything on this channel, and sometimes for schmucks. Sometimes I edit, sometimes I voice act, sometimes I write, sometimes I do a lot of things, but I mainly pick music.
He's very good at that. He's very good at what he does.
If you ever recognize magical girl songs, it's Weasel.
Exactly. If you hear Pretty Cure music in Digimon, that's me.
Very good. And then we'll throw
Toy
it up
animation
to
can't do anything.
and then we'll throw it up to the twins. Here you go. Highball. Yeah.
Ah, my eyes! But hi, I'm Storm. I'm in your walls.
I was wondering when you would move out.
What the heck? Get out!
No, I'm hiding here. You can't make me leave. But
These are made of concrete. Get out!
Oh wow, her walls are better.
Yeah.
They're also colder.
But I was one of the two DMs for this campaign, and it was a fun time. I played people like Deep 2, the Trojan, and miscellaneous others. It was a fun time. I also do a lot of writing for the channel.
Yeah. And then throw it over to Red. Hiya!
Hiya! Also, Chase, I sent you a message.
Yeah, I don't see the thing. It's not.
Don't worry
it's not
about
showing
it.
up. I see the message, but the thing you asked for isn't in yet.
Odd.
Strange.
Okay. Well, Curia.
We'll deal with that in a second.
Give it a minute.
Okay.
It's fine.
Anyway, hi, I'm Red Beast. I was the DM for this whole campaign. Well, co-DM, Storm was my lovely assistant, very handsome man he is. Yes. But yeah, I DM'd the one arc. I did a bunch of the writing for all this. And if it wasn't for Nick, like being in a casual call with us, be like, man, it'd be cool to have a Digimon partner up, this wouldn't have happened. Yeah, it was a good time.
It was a very good time. I'm glad I got to step out of my chair for a while. That said, I need my house back.
I
you
also
don't.
video edit for the entire channel. I do the shorts. I do the Digimon Abridged series. I do Digimon Tamers Abridged. I also handle a bunch of specialty VFX when needed. In this stream, I played the deep ones, and I also played. Get a voice mod up and run.
Oh, there he
Oh,
is.
it's not Dadamon.
and a bunch of other side characters and NPCs.
He is.
Yeah, but yeah, it's
like
a good time.
Daipenmon Ice Devimon fusion mode.
I did indeed play
Good old
that.
enhancement
I played
absorbent.
I played Daipenmon once again.
He never left.
The most powerful character.
Truly.
Well,
Truly
yes.
The most powerful of us all.
And the reason we're here, as per usual, for the most part, usually we did the back during campaign 1, we try to do these like every 5 episodes, just as a nice little like, hey, people have questions about what's currently going on in the story or various other reveals and things like that, so we can go over the questions. This was again the one arc, so we only got 5 episodes. And we got a lot done in 5 episodes, and you guys really
We
proved
did.
that by Red being like, how many questions did we get, Red? How many got sent to us?
We got 109 questions.
So yeah, normally that's supposed to be like a lot less than that every 5 episodes during a campaign, and we couldn't exactly, mitigate that, which is fine and totally fair. But I suppose we can go over a couple of things in general when it comes to the dives. All the questions that were submitted via the dive form that we posted a while ago, we are going to be doing our best to get through those as quickly as we can and efficiently. We might not get through all of them, but we'll do our best. If you do decide to donate to the stream today, any questions that you ask on that will be taking like priority, like head of the list. And if you are one of our various members on the $20 tier of both either Patreon and the Discord channel, you can hop into the stream waiting room on the Discord, and we can bring you in to ask a couple of questions with us directly here on stream. So, yeah, if you guys are on that, then, feel free to take advantage of that. And if you don't want to take advantage of it, enjoy the show. But that said, I think we should probably go with the initial priority questions that just came in, or at least the stuff that came in while we were just trying to get set up and say, hey, guys, please don't, throw everything at us. The fundraiser's still a little while
please don't
from
unload
now.
literally everything quite yet. That's first thing off front.
Yep.
As was already stated at the end of the previous episode, at the beginning of the previous episode, in the finale, we are going to be doing fundraisers for Season 2 of Digi-Destiny. We need 6 human arts, we need 6 rookies, 6 champions, 6 ultimates, 6 megas, and a lot of other NPCs and other surprises that we're going to run into. So we would sure like to raise all that money ahead of time to get Carlo working on all of it, like, all at once. Just buy out his commissions wholesale, unload everything. Currently, it's looking like that's going to be around $3 grand for everything. So we have a bunch of rewards for you guys that'll be coming up on those streams. We're going to have a bunch of other cool stuff, like, green lighting one-shots, green lighting one arcs, possibly greenlighting the sequel to Intruder, maybe.
Yeah.
So a lot of really, really cool stuff happening off of that. And we'll be doing a lot of stuff to entertain you guys, possibly doing like a live comic dub of some of the Digimon comics that have come out, playing through some of Cyber Sleuth and like doing voices for that, playing Jackbox with you guys. Like, we got a lot of stuff planned. It'll be a really good time. We're excited to see y'all. We're excited to have fun with you guys. So we'll see what we can do to try to make all that work out.
Yes.
From there, to lead into some of the questions that were submitted, there are going to be a couple questions which we won't be answering, specifically under the premise of that's a spoiler, and we can't tell you that. You're going to find out when the thing happens. So
yeah.
Spoilers on some stuff. A bunch of the questions, we appreciate your enthusiasm. Very excited that you're excited about all that stuff that we got planned. But some stuff we simply cannot touch. You'll find out when the time is right.
We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, stuff like, who's your Season 2 partner gonna be? You'll find out. Stuff like, who's Micah's
Megas.
husband? You'll find out.
Yeah, those are the big ones, so...
What megas would the Intruders have? You'll find out. Maybe.
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
Of course. Also, yes, apparently, according to Alec Reef, yeah, you guys are gonna steal my house again, and apparently my identity. Please don't take
Just
my
for
wallet.
Hey Nick,
I
I'm gonna
need
need those
that.
wacky digits on the back of your credit card.
Oh, it's simple, really. It's insert sensor here. But I guess we'll go through the 2 quick donations that just came in, and then Red, you can get started on the multitude of things that came in from the dive submission form.
There sure were a lot. You guys are very curious.
Very curious
Yes.
people. So to start things off, Ulmario decided to tip $100 because
If you're in chat, please tell us if that was meant for the. That man was waiting just till we went live.
So Ulmario said,
Like a sniper.
So Ulmario decided to say, I'm super hyped for Season 2 after everything you guys have done. Thank you for the love you put into these campaigns. I'm trying to make a mini campaign for me and my boyfriend to do, and I want to know when we can get the updated rules for the Kids on Bikes rules. That's actually a thing that is technically on the list when we get to the donation fundraiser and everything like that. One of the tiers we have on there is, if we reach it, I'll just drop the new rules even when we're still working on them right then and there, like just free for everybody to use.
Yeah.
It's on the list. So, but that said, if we don't reach that tier, then it will be at the start of campaign 2 is when I'll be dropping those. But my guess, because some of you guys are insane, but I can't, guarantee it, probably sometime in latter end of March to the start of April, you guys will be getting those new rules.
Heck yeah.
So yeah, look forward to those. We worked hard. And if you feel that there are any things that need changes and whatnot, let us know so we can tweak those. And the other donation that came in was from Shiny Mew, who said, Shiny Mew here. So, hey, Nick, now that I'm assuming you have your house back, I'm working, been working on that. How much food do you have left in the fridge? The twins were living in there for over a month, after all. I need to hit the
I've just been
grocery store.
DoorDashing this entire time.
I need to hit the grocery store. I need to do that.
Nick,
very
by the way,
badly.
your milk is expired.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Also, Nick, the eggs expired.
I don't. Did you just throw them on the ground like an animal?
That was a raccoon. I was aiming. My aim sucks.
Okay.
I missed, and then I missed again.
Threw
and I
another
missed
egg.
again. This happened 12 times. All the eggs.
Can I offer you an egg at these trying times?
I bought more eggs. I missed.
You can't offer
Bought
any
a carton
eggs.
of 24 eggs.
On the
Cost me
ground.
$50. Missed every shot.
God dang it. CJ's gonna be pissed, man. He's gonna be so mad at you.
Also, I found this one egg with like a spike sticking out of it. I threw that too. That's probably not important.
Yeah, probably not. Nobody needs that. But yeah, that goes over those questions and things like that. So, Red, ball's in your court. Read away.
So, I have one thing that I want to say. Technically two, before we get into that.
Go ahead.
Before we jump in. Like, I guess three, I suppose.
Uh-oh.
Because I just saw that there's two people chilling in the stream waiting room to ask their questions. So I'm very excited for that. We'll start bringing you guys in real soon.
Well.
As soon as we're able to.
We gotta also do a donation, so.
Oh boy. So I'll do these things really quick then. First thing that I want to mention is I want to give a huge shout out to the Unlucky Crusaders YouTube channel. They have a game that they just started called Digimon Resynchronizer, a D&D story campaign. They are doing a very similar thing to what we did. They were inspired by our D&D campaign. They started our own. They made their own rules that are modified versions of our rules that are pretty wildly changed. It's like a 44-page rule doc. They went very in-depth. I just want to give them a shout-out because it's super cool that they started their own Digimon D&D game after watching ours. It's super cool that they jumped into that. So if you ever feel like going and checking them out, it's called Digimon Resynchronizer, and it's on the Unlucky Crusaders channel. It's a real cool time. Go check them out. They seem like some cool boys.
Shout out to
Tell
those
me said
folks.
hi.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Second thing, I would say to tell them that a Bridge Alliance sent you, but that would no longer be accurate.
Yeah, that'd be lying.
So here's the thing. We have been working for quite a while on a rebrand to this channel because no one on this earth can spell or say a Bridge Alliance properly. So it is a little bit challenging to say.
Been trying it for
and
the last
search
2
and
years since I
find-
joined.
It is a little rough. So if you happen to refresh this YouTube page, you'll notice that there is new branding across the board. We have
Yay.
we have a new name for the channel. We're no longer a Bridge Alliance. We're now Digi-Destiny. Our logo's been updated. We got a new banner, and then we're gonna change our @ handle and the little like subscribe like thing down in the lower right corner of the screen. We're gonna get all that updated. So yeah, now every time you tell your friends to go watch Digi-Destiny, they can go find Digi-Destiny on Digi-Destiny. And it's really hard to misspell that or accidentally search the wrong thing. So go check that out. It's a good time.
We're rebranded,
Chase.
baby!
Yes.
How would I know the difference between the show and the channel? One has a dash.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
all.
one
That's
has
the
a
whole
dash.
difference.
Also,
Also,
the
how I
channel
know the
name
difference?
is gonna have an exclamation mark in it. So
Correct.
Also, Critical Role. Name of the show, name of the channel. They get away with it too.
Yep.
yeah, it's true.
Also, I just want to say, as one of the founding members of a Bridge Alliance, I couldn't spell it with a damn, especially on mobile.
For real. It's like I at one point was out at a convention with the Something Witty guys, and I was joining them for all of their stuff because I'm their manager for their things. So I was talking to all the fans for Something Witty about stuff, and they were like, "Oh yeah, you said you mentioned like other Abridged series and like other stuff that you do. Like what else do you do?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, so I do stuff for the Schmuck Squad." And they would like pause and be like, "How do you spell that?" And I'm like, so it's the Schmuck Squad, and they get THE and then go to spell SCH, but then just spell SH. And I'm like, no, it's SCHMUCK, but I understand why that might be confusing. It's a Yiddish word, I get it. And then I'm like, the Grimjack channel, and then they do Grimjack with one M. And I'm like, close enough. You could probably find it through that. And then I'd be like, plus I do a lot of Digimon stuff on a Bridge Alliance, and they would just full stop, like, what?
I'm sorry, the what?
The what? And I'm like, a Bridge Alliance? They're like, how do you spell that? And I'm like, I don't even know, man. Just try your best, and you might get it one day. So the
believe.
autocorrect was a problem, and then the spelling was an issue, and the branding was a problem. It was just it was a mess all around.
It was
I
just a
get-
problem.
Yeah, I get the motive. Is like, it's an alliance of abridgers, an abridged alliance, and it's like, great. So how does anyone look up this alliance? It's like, well, you go to the far west in a cave, secluded under a thunderstorm, and it's like, this is impossible to fucking find. No one should have to go on a quest to find our fucking stuff. So, Digi-Destiny, big update. Very happy about it. We rebranded. It looks great. The new assets look great. We worked really hard on them. The new color scheme looks cool. It's super cool. I'm super happy about it. It looks
there was
awesome.
a lot of back and forth trying to figure this out.
Well, hey, we gotta
but I
prove
think
that.
it worked out really well. I think it worked out real well. I'm very happy for that.
Yeah.
It's
The
good
important thing is that we're all happy about it.
Yes.
stuff. Yeah.
Also, shout out to Goldie Monkey for joining the Digi-Destiny tier.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Heck yeah. Shout out. So that was all my 3 things. Is 1, there's people in the weight room. 2, there's a cool channel with cool people doing another Digimon D&D thing, and then 3, we rebranded.
Huzzah! We've done the thing. I'll get through
So
the.
happy with the new name.
I'm very, very happy with it. Like when I got told that we were making that change, I cried. I had a little bit of tears in my eyes. So I was like, God dang it! It was very nice. But yeah, last thing that we'll do before we actually get into the questions, and then we'll go through a few, and then we'll start bringing in people from the stream waiting room. From Nicholas Black, goes, "Hey, how you doing? Wanted to ask, what was the main reason that you guys went with the partners that you did? I get to finally do this for once.
The prophecy.
Everybody
That
did this
was-
last campaign. I get to do it this time. Why did I choose Karamon? He's my favorite fucking Digimon. Everybody else go.
Hell yeah!
We all went our favorites last time, so made sense.
Red Storm,
Yup,
why'd you guys go with the
exactly.
Digimon you went with?
Well, you see, there was a deep motivation for me. Also, Leica cannot be here, but I did ask her if she wanted to preview these questions. This was one we got from Twilight Fang. So, Leica does have an answer for this.
Wow.
And
Ooh.
I told her that I would read all these verbatim like Ron Burgundy, so she had all the power. So she says, I couldn't find a horse rookie I liked, so I went on a Digimon randomizer and clicked until I happened upon Pokemon. I thought, this guy has vibes. And then the rest of the line was just horses forever.
Just wearing one up for vibes.
Beautiful.
Most excellent.
Couldn't be prouder. I guess I can go next. I went with Jellymon because I really like Jellymon.
Jellymon's
It's
great.
as simple as that.
Jellymon's excellent. Big fan of all the
Yep.
guys from Ghost Games.
They're very good.
Yeah,
very
they're
good-
awesome.
Very good boys.
Jellymon just so happened to be one of those Digimon that once it was announced, I looked at her and I was like, I love her. I don't care. We needed partners for this one, and she was kind of one of the first ones that came into my mind. So yeah,
Heck yeah.
Very good.
not much besides that.
I do want to quickly
Valid.
jump in and mention one thing that I loved about when everyone was like, yeah, this is going to be my partner, this is going to be my partner. When Zoe mentioned, yeah, Unimon. As I recall, Red, Weasel, and I all had a single brain cell moment where we all at the same time added Coffin.
Yep.
We were all just like, Coffin, you're up.
Yep. It was time.
We
Yep.
don't have
Time.
a say in this.
I had been got. It was time. It was me. I
It
entered
was
the call
finally.
and manifested the voice for that character.
Yes.
We did it. It's a good time.
You were
Uh,
born for this.
It's true. Similar element of like, oh yes, born for this element was way back originally when I was first thinking about what Digimon I was gonna have for campaign 1. I was tempted to make a reference to Digimon Emblem Story, which is Nat 19's previous Digimon D&D campaign that they ran in 5th edition. And Logan will tell you all the time was a mess in 5th edition.
Oh man.
And when I told him we were going to run a game of Digi-Destiny in like a Digimon D&D thing, he's like, "You're not running it in 5th edition. You're not using my rules, are you?" I'm like, no, we're doing Kids on Bikes. He's like, "Oh, thank God."
Because he knew. He
So-
saw what I saw, which was this would be a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, it was even with heavy modifications, it's just not built for that. So yeah, but in that game, in Digimon Emblem Story, I got a guest spot over there. At one point, I happened to be visiting while they were streaming it, and Jesus fucking Gold 50 Digi-Destiny memberships. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Ugh.
Oh, that's gonna be a
It is
while.
the will of D that you receive Digi-Destiny
Execute
memberships.
that monkey in Logtown.
Oh, we're gonna be seeing.
Uh.
We're gonna be getting a lot of pings for the next bit of time. Oh boy.
Oh no.
So, all right. With that though, I happen to be heading over to the Couve, Vancouver, for a visit to the Something Witty guys and Logan, because they were all in the same house. And they were like, "Oh yeah, we got to do Digimon Emblem Story. Do you want to be a guest character?" And I was like, "Yeah." And so he just gave me one of the NPCs that he happened to have planned, and it happened to be Zuba Eagermon. And I had a lot of fun with that. I got to be Zuba Eagermon. It was a good time. I ran straight into danger every single time. I did not have any question of whether it would be safe or not. I just ran the fuck into encounters, and it was a great time. I feel like the Nat 20th in this is a lot stronger than Zuba Eagermon was in that, because dear God, Weasel with the non-stop 19s and 20s all day, every day, making this man an absolute menace. So
Also,
that was a good time.
Also, I can just mention this. First of all, this is the first time I'm hearing the story, and I find it amazing. Second, I find it funny that so you guest starred as Zubigermon, who was the Digivolution that appeared the least during the campaign. So yeah, so in a way that's perfect. I think it's just funny.
I won't spoil this just in case it ever comes around, but Logan had shown me art that he got commissioned of a custom Digimon that he wanted to use in Emblem Story, and I thought it was used, so I was gonna use that, but it was never used, and I was basically gonna run in and premiere art that he got commissioned that never made it to the game, and so we stopped after more communication to be like fully clear that never went through. But it would have, as a hint to what it was, just in case anybody's gonna be like bothered until they know, it was related to the Bushiagumon line.
Oh damn! I was going to make a joke like, "Man, we never got to see Titanium Vmon." Oh shit! And here's the art now. No.
But yeah, it was related to the Bushiagumon line. I was thinking of using that since we had planned on not using custom art for Intruder initially, but you know, there's the one, but that's fine. Speaking of, good segue for Grim. Why'd you choose a Digimon partner?
Originally, I was told we would have no customs, and then Red was like, "Okay, wait, but the rookies are easy, so you can do a custom if you want." And I'm like, "Holy crap, you get to do one?" And I'm like, I want to do something with the Oni Digimon lines because like there's barely fucking anything there, and the ones that are there are just like so spread apart in their evos. It just makes no sense on how they even connect at all. So I wanted to do something close, and then I found about the Digimon Century game with those Digimon that I remember liking, like Leon Pumon and Xing Tianmon. I really liked their design, so I'm like, this would work. So that's why Kid Onimon was made.
Yes. Actually, to piggyback off of that, originally we were only going to get custom art of the humans, and we were going to use official art of the Digimon. There was going to be substantially less color art.
Needless to say, that didn't happen.
It was actually Weasel who was the biggest proponent.
bad.
Weasel was like, okay, but what if we all pay for the rookies ourselves at least? I was like, okay, you guys can pay for the rookies. And then I saw how awesome they came out. I was like, you know.
I remember when you sent.
How much
I
could
remember
champions cost? Dude, you know, how much could they cost? And then I got the champions back. I was like, you know, ultimates wouldn't be that much. You know,
So we've learned that Red just hates money. Good.
That we've known this for so long.
Yeah.
It was funny
Smash
time
cut to Red Beast donating to his own stream.
God damn.
every time Chase pays me, I reply with an insult. It's like, you fuck, how dare you, you bastard.
I still remember when you sent me Tesla Jellymon's art, and I was like, "What did you do?"
What was necessary?
Are mics low?
Did it myself.
Oh, like
let me
Yeah, Grim, sounds like you're a little low.
maybe a little. Let me see if I can.
All right,
Also-
there I am.
There we go.
Also, I just realized,
Yeah.
Nick, if you want to listen to the roll 20, I can play some relaxing tunes for us.
Oh yeah, sure. Let me.
Just a little background sounds.
Yeah, let me pull up the roll 20 real quick.
Oh, I got
so
death
Side-
metal playing.
Side thing, Lightning Dragov mentioned, like, anyone else think that Micah's husband should have a Ludomon so that they can make a Ragnalordmon?
Oh
Yes,
my god.
That would be incredible. I'm not going to mention whether that's feasible or not because spoilers, but maybe.
Also,
I'll only say maybe.
I want to agree with Grim saying that there's not too many Oni Digimon. All I can think of is Ogamon, Hyogamon, and Red Hyogamon.
They're the two sibling duo ones that came out like
Yeah,
2011.
Ginkakumon and King Kakumon.
Yeah, and I don't like how it's like they're brother and sister, and the sister goes inside the brother to drive him like a mecha for their like weird like sub. I
Promote,
don't even know if it's
yeah.
an ultimate.
I think it's
It's like a-
Ginkakumon Promote is the technical stage of it, and I don't
Yeah.
even think it's an Evo.
It's
Yeah.
interesting, but freaking weird.
Yeah.
It'd be one of those things where that's fine and fun and all if there were a bunch of other options to look through. Like, oh yeah, those are
Right.
2 Oni Digimon and they exist, and there's like a fusion form where they're still like a champion or whatever. That's fine.
Also, there
moving
was
on.
Yeah.
a miscommunication when I first pitched this. I said that you guys would already have your champions available, but some of you thought that meant, oh, so our Digimon would just be in champion form. So you picked Liam Pumon first, and then when I was like, when we cleared the air, it was like, the only canon rookie of this thing is Impmon. Let's try and find something that works for this as an alternate. And by God, we could find nothing.
Yeah, it didn't work out on that end. So
I was
I mean,
almost gonna do Bokumon, that one custom one that was made for a contest.
Yeah,
Was it
but then
Boku-
there
was it
was
Pokemon?
I think it's Bakumon.
Yeah, it was Bakumon.
Yeah,
The
cardboard
box one.
right?
Yeah, it's the one
Yeah,
that
so we
looks like
would've had
all.
Bakumon and Bokomon, which would have been very interesting.
Yeah.
Good fucking
Oh.
luck.
Yup.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so I'm
I
a
was gonna do
little.
that one,
Kid
but
Onimon
I
helped
don't
a
know.
little bit with that.
Ghost of Shadow mentioned Red and Storm should turn up their volume, and Grim should as well. That might be a thing on Nick's volume for them on their Discord, maybe.
Yeah,
don't know.
I mean, I
Really?
can turn you guys up a little bit as well. Give me just a moment.
My
to do
check
so.
1, 2.
I
Also,
think,
I'm moving around to look at 3 different monitors, so I'm not.
Yeah,
looking at
I'm
my
also
mic
moving
perfectly.
around, so sorry
Yeah.
if my mic gets quiet because I do turn away from my mic on occasion.
yeah, I'll turn Grim up a little bit more, like there. That should be fine.
Campaign 2,
I
oops
good
all
now?
Impmon.
Fuck.
What if I just make out
I
with
love
my mic?
Tuva in the spoiler chat with no context. It just sounds like Michael's husband is Impmon.
God damn it.
Well, wait, I'm not getting to that.
Yeah, we don't need.
You
to,
don't know.
We don't need to worry about that right now.
Everyone except my husband is a nothing loser, all of you.
Also, I just want to give a shout out to Dragon Ninja, who by far had the most questions.
Damn.
Oh,
Cool,
wow.
man. Way to go. Yeah, I
also-
think they asked 16.
Also, small other thing, with the rebrand, we also, I forgot to mention, as part of the thing of talking about the rebrand, we updated all the thumbnails for Digimon Adventure Abridged, and we also updated all the member badges,
Yeah, I
which
was
is
gonna mention
convenient
those.
because fucking 50 just got given out.
Yeah, thank you,
So,
Gold.
Yeah, there's a bunch of new member badges that are there, and y'all will notice those maybe if you look at them. They follow
and-
like a Roy G. Biv color scheme, going from like kind of white at the start of it to like red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet for how many months you've been in, and then the final one, it looks kind of like the original like 1 month, like 0 month one, but the text is black.
Yes.
So it looks different. I don't think anyone can get that because we haven't had the memberships for 60 months.
yeah,
but, like,
we're
you
not there
know.
yet. We're working on
You
it.
know, we'll
But
get
eventually,
there.
that's a coveted badge.
Yeah, that's
Also-
gonna be wild.
Also,
Brag
shout
when
out
you got that.
to Willowwood VA for being here for 20 months. For some reason, they appeared to be muted in the chat.
Yeah.
We just fixed that behind
That-
the scenes.
That's fair. Also, shout out to Sentai Kawagamon for becoming a Digi-Destiny deer.
Woo!
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So many cool guys.
It's gonna be a lot of dings on my end of things because of all the members.
True.
But
You will
we need to
begin to
turn that
learn
off.
my pain.
oh yes,
Dragon, I
I'm
see you in
very aware
chat
of
saying
it.
sorry, Red. Don't you dare apologize. That's not nice.
Oh my god! Another 50 memberships? You're
Oh.
kidding me. There's only 118 people in the chat.
Ah, yes, my
Everyone's
pain.
gonna be a member.
Ah, my pain continues. I love it.
I'm like tempted to switch over to my account just to see if I get accidentally hit with one.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do it because why not? I got nothing better to do on my account. It may as well happen. If I get gifted,
Dragon
it'll be so
Kids
funny.
in the chat. Dragon Kid's like, I'm getting a membership today.
It will happen, I swear.
Oh my god.
Immediately after Hell Jumper, I still didn't get a membership.
Oh no. Hell Jumper, no.
God dang it.
Oh, poor Hell Jumper.
Well,
My
My
heart
RNG is
is-
bullshit. Oh, no.
Well, you know. Pain and suffering for all of us. That's how it goes.
I don't know how membership should work, so I'm like, yeah, cool.
But
I actually wonder. I wonder what trumps what, membership or mod.
that is a
Like,
good,
I don't know.
I mean,
don't know
I can
what
tell
that
you
would
this
look
as a
like.
mod. I know I don't have access to the emotes.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, valid.
I paid
I
for my
joined
own
the membership so I could get the emotes.
I pay for this. Thank you very much. I don't.
Anyway, we should probably start.
Yeah, we should
Yeah.
start moving
Yeah,
down
we
the
have
list
people
here on
waiting.
some
Yeah.
things because
Do we want to bring someone in from the waiting room to ask their question?
we may as well because they've been sitting for a little while. So
Yeah.
I think
I-
Exhilarate was the first one in.
See.
So
let me look.
I would
if
like
they
to
have the
answer
proper
one
role.
quick question that I saw a bit.
Yeah, they definitely
Right quick, and this is one I can answer on my own.
Oh, sure, go right ahead.
There was no name attached to this, but was there anything you felt like you had to adhere to from campaign 1? You couldn't break from? 1, no megas, because Jordy Flout said that no one achieved them beforehand.
yeah, I lured that one in.
Yeah. I saw a few people like theorizing, oh, if they get out of the surf into the dark ocean, they they could get around that. Clever. You forget that the dark ocean also has it so that conventional digivolution cannot happen.
It's a twofer.
Yes. So yes, but no. Also, that the group needed to end the adventure with a mind wipe. There was so many times where I was tempted to try and ride around it. I was like, this is hard locked lore that I never wanted to contradict Nick, because this is Nick's setting. I'm just a guest running the show. At no point I want to ever be like, you see, but actually. The only retcon we really settled on was, yeah, this is why the code sector's not here anymore. Yeah.
Don't worry
That
about
was
where
the
it went,
only
guys.
one.
Don't worry about where it. It's fine.
Exactly. Don't worry about
Don't worry.
It's
I'm
a
sure
pure-
it's out there somewhere.
It's with Piedmon, don't worry about it.
Exactly.
Piedmon gets out of the server. At last, I'm free to.
see what's funny, Weasel, is
Entire
you can't.
island lands on him.
What's funny, Weasel,
At last,
is
I'm free.
oh no. God damn. Weasel, it's funny you mentioned that because as you said that, I started literally pulling on my collar. Like,
Oh.
So
I'm
bring in,
finally free. Good God, this place is cold.
Let's
I'm
bring someone
back in the fucking building again.
back in the stupid server I just left.
So I bring over one of the guys from the.
Yeah, let's bring over Spark Drake.
Very well.
Spark Drake. and
Let's bring him
drag
in.
them into the call.
Hello,
Hello.
have been abducted.
Hello.
Hello, I was not expecting to be here.
And now
Well,
you are.
surprise.
Well, too bad.
You were
You're here
standing
now.
You're standing in a poor place if you're thinking that you weren't going to be brought in.
Honestly,
Well-
I was expecting Xera to be here first.
Surprise. Do you have a question you'd like to ask us on stream? Or were you
Well-
unprepared?
There is one that I know was answered, but I guess I just didn't watch the last dive.
By all means,
Sure.
let's ask you anyway.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
What were all the new Digi-Destiny's admin usernames?
Yeah.
Oh, the new. This
Ooh.
one actually wasn't
Vandals.
answered yet. Oh, you mean the Vandals?
Yes.
Vandals
Yeah,
was-
that one.
Okay. Yeah.
believe
Vandals,
we,
intruders, or both?
Both. Let's go.
You know what? Both. Let's do both.
Because
boy.
You got it.
intruders also had a. I think someone also asked that for intruders.
And I don't think we ever talked about it, so we may as well figure that out
Yeah,
now.
might as well.
Yeah.
Also, I just literally had to pause the stream so that way I wasn't having to deal with the reverb.
Understandable.
That is
fair.
100% fair.
Completely
We're still getting
understandable.
cool guy notifications.
Yeah, we're still getting so many cool
Oh, yeah.
notifications.
We got 120 gift subs because Cyber also put 20 gift subs in.
I saw that. Oh my god. Literally, I think the only reason I'm not going to get one is because I don't have a account linked to YouTube at the moment.
Oh, that could do it.
That's
I'm watching on guest.
That's fair.
Might do it.
That's fair.
But yes, I believe you guys have the list that we made a while ago of the for the Vandals and their names.
Yeah, I'm looking. Oh, wait, that's why I'm in the wrong chat. I'm looking for that.
Fool
Uh-oh.
that you are.
No. Oh yeah.
There we
you
go.
Sent them to me.
No, I'm in the group chat with all of us. Okay, so because Leica's not here, Sammy, it would be admin high score.
You know, fits with the fact that she went full crazy on explosions.
Oh yeah.
Eeyore
Rhino,
would be admin ragdoll.
Yeah.
Yep.
Eeyore would be Ragdoll. Gary is gregarious. Diogo is Gardner 1 2 3 4.
That is technically not true because I wasn't here for that dive, so I couldn't.
No, you were.
I was.
It was in the final dive.
It was.
Of Digi-Destiny before this one arc began.
Yeah.
Huh, I
Do
thought it
you
was
have?
like.
Do you want to retcon that then?
I do.
Alright, very well. Retcon starts now, everybody.
All right, guys, we're getting some updated lore. Let's go.
Well, too bad.
Okay,
All the
so
other
his
admins
new
wanted to change theirs, but they couldn't, and they're no embarrassed by them. I'm just kidding. It's fine.
Hey, it's only canon if we make it canon, because that never actually appeared in campaigns.
The only one with a no name is admin White Knight, aka Grayson.
Yep.
I was not expecting White Knight to be Grayson because honestly, my thought process with White Knight was that it was ER due to, you know, Justimon.
Oh, yeah.
I really appreciate that you think someone with a D4 brains had the capacity to to bypass the server and the 3 greatest minds that the digital world had known in order to wipe memories and undo that.
But the reason why White Knight was Grayson's name was White Hat is a hacker term for cybersecurity where people try to hack in ethically into places to find vulnerabilities to patch them. And Knight comes from his last name, McKnight.
Okay. Honestly, that didn't cross my mind when I was originally hearing that at the end of Intruder, which was the only thing that let me know that you guys had picked out those things.
White Hat isn't really a widely known term outside of the IT community, I feel like.
True.
Yeah.
Totally understandable.
And this might be a surprise to you, but gregarious is because Gary's first name is Gary.
I
No.
could guess that.
Holy shit!
go.
No
But what
way.
does the
I
Garius
know.
mean? Is he the
That's a
Garius
word?
Yeah, gregarious is a word.
I'm kidding. Sorry.
There is no pun in ERs. He's just a fucking punching bag.
But Weasel, what's yours?
I was thinking of something called something like leaf quill. 1 2 3 4. Anyways.
The idea that leaf quill is already taken, so you gotta put numbers in there.
Exactly.
And for Rhino, I have 2 listed here. Admin Hell's Kitchen, or what Grim was really pushing for, Diablo Grande Supreme, but we were all saying that breaks the character limit.
So it's just
Diablo Grande Sue.
Just gonna be
Who is
Diablo
this
Grande.
Sue character?
God.
Just gonna make a Diablo Grande.
Yep.
Yes.
It's like, dang it, we hit the character limit. Fine, just take
Which
it.
also
And
sounds like
now
a
what about the
finishing move.
Intruder crew?
I can answer that because you guys actually all typed in here. Well, I'm going to answer for Leica, and you can all do yours.
Very good.
Leica would be Sophie would be admin Saddlefax,
Saddle
like
facts.
Shadowfax, LMAO. Even if Sophie has never seen Lord of the Rings.
It's absolutely incredible. I saw that and I'm like, well, none of us are gonna have a better admin name than that. That's
Right.
incredible. God damn.
It's very
For Micah's admin name would have been Circuit City, with the last 4 being CITI, because his last name is Iacity. And so it's named after because the digital world is all digitally and has a bunch of circuits and all that. And then his last name is City. And then it's also the best big box store, and it's never going to fail ever. And he came up with this name in 2004.
Yeah, no. I feel like there's more puns to that than I know.
Nobody tell him.
No.
There's one
Nobody
more
said
in
it.
there that's hidden that we'll get to later.
I will wait patiently for that then. What
so-
about Adam?
Oh, for Adam? Oh, I had thought about this for a little minute. If he was given admin status, his username would have been Last Bastion.
Ah,
Ooh.
cool.
Dramatic.
Named Nerf Bastion.
What about Leonidas? Though I'm pretty sure it's just Leon.
Admin number 300.
I named him admin humble crafter.
And
Very
finally,
humble.
Blake.
Blake would be Sphere 8. Not only as a reference to the 8-ball that they used to have, but also because his favorite game when he made this is still Final Fantasy X, and Final Fantasy X uses spheres a lot.
The sphere
Okay,
grid.
I don't really know. I will admit, I do not know Final Fantasy too well. The one time I ever tried to get into it, I just could not.
Which one did you try to play?
It was one of the ones on the 3DS, which might have been my mistake.
Oh, I see. Yeah, unfortunate. I feel yeah, those aren't the best ones, unfortunately.
Yeah, my mistake on that one.
Happens to the best of us.
Hey, don't worry. My ex tried to get me into Final Fantasy VIII.
I think
yeah.
I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy 13 will be the worst one to ever start trying to get into the Final Fantasy series in.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Although I'm a Puritan who thinks that the franchise ended with 10, so I'm not the best person to also talk about it.
But what about 10-2?
What about
Iro-
10-2?
I mean, you say that, but ironically, that was my first Final Fantasy, actually.
Final Fantasy was actually my uncle lending me his copy of 7.
And
Give me a memory card and everything.
while I'm here, do you mind if I just promote the game that I'm a DM for?
Sure.
How dare you? Go for it.
I am the DM for the Digimon campaign known as Digimon Data Scramble. It is a campaign on Rediscari Gaming, which is the channel for one of my players, and we are currently on session 7 with our first tournament arc.
We love tournament arcs. Those were fun.
Heck yeah.
And also, it's going to be the beginnings right before well, if you watch to session 7, you'll know what's going to happen by session 8 because oh god, I have things planned. No.
Nothing bad ever happens at tournament arcs. By the way, don't trust Eismon.
Honestly, the only bracket current going in that tournament arc is the rookies because we only have 3 champion levels currently.
Gotcha.
That'll be a good time.
Very good
Heck
time.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Thank you for doing
And just gonna share our current party because we kind of had to drop a player
Dang.
who,
It's hard to deal with.
for the sake of it, was also my younger brother. So
That's never
Understandable.
fun.
communication issues, just would not respond to a damn thing.
Bummer.
Our current party, I'll only share the Digimon, are White Lotmon, Floramon,
Yes.
Good.
Yes, more
Black
Floramon love.
Black Agumon X,
Nice.
Dorumon,
Nice.
and Nemon.
Ah,
Fuck
So-
yes!
So what I'm hearing is Floramon, Nemon the king, Lotmon, and then the rest of them. Or in fact,
I
there's
guess.
Agumon.
I guess. Though
I'm
the
just
previous
kidding,
guy
I'm
who
looking
had
at
his partner dropped was a Wyrmmon, who, due to the fact that he'll be coming up later, his line was the standard Wyrmmon line of Wyrmmon, Stingmon, Jewel Beamon, Boncho Stingmon.
Oh, that's fine.
Nice.
Yeah.
I have the full Boncho squad as the guards for the tournament arc, by the way.
That's a great way
That's
to keep
very fun.
security up.
Yes. Anyways, thanks for bringing me on.
Oh, of
Yeah,
course.
I linked the channel in the chat so people can go check it out.
Wahoo.
Yeah.
Oh. Thanks.
Yeah,
Uh,
of course.
I'm pretty sure we've only really had like 3 live viewers consistently. One of them is yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure Red's channel isn't really that big. So
I mean, you know, it's
Hey,
not
guys,
for, it,
go
you know,
show
it's
'em
not
some
just
love.
for yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. It's like, you know, it's not just you're not doing it to get views. It's doing it for love. Doing it because you love doing it. It's
Exactly.
yeah,
super fun.
it is
Love
very
the
fun,
game.
and I cannot wait to see the rules for campaign 2. I will admit, I'm basically just grabbing bits and pieces of the rules that I have before me.
Yeah,
Totally fair.
we'll be very excited to share them with you once we can.
Yeah,
I am
trust
very
me,
much
well-
Frankensteining together all the Digimon on and Kids on Bikes rules together, just to see what I like.
Also, while we still have you, and you were shouting out your campaign, and we just told everyone to go give you some love, when is the next session happening?
In 2 weeks on the 22nd.
There you go.
Okay. Heck
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
So go check it out.
by the way,
22nd.
Quick thing that's just been a little bit frustrating is that our sessions consistently land on Digi-Destiny night.
Hey, we call dibs, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I wish, dude. Honestly, though, I wish we could raid people on YouTube. It's so weird that like it's so hard. Like, there's technically a way, but it's so convoluted to set up raiding on YouTube.
Oh.
It's so frustrating to do. I really wish we could send all of our people over to see
That would
all,
be
like
so
all the cool stuff that
fun.
everybody has that they're doing.
Also, something I want to say about the rules. If any DMs or any other tables want to like make changes to the rules, feel free, because what
yeah.
may work for us and our group might not work for every table. So
Yeah, which is why I like Frankensteining the rules that I find from other DMs that I play with.
Exactly.
yes.
Work with whatever is best for your table and for everyone that you're playing with and whatnot. and
Exactly.
you don't have to
Like,
be like
I'm
hey,
I'm a player in 3 games, which all do the rules slightly different from each other.
Yeah.
So I'm happily just picking apart the rules that I like from each of those games and just sewing them together to make what I like to play and what my players like to play.
The real rule zero is that everyone has fun.
Correct.
Exactly.
Yep.
If that's not
heck yeah.
happening, something has to change.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which is why I'm basically gonna have once every 5 sessions or so, I'm basically just gonna have a big meeting with all my players about how they're enjoying the game so far.
Yeah. It's really good to have those check-ins and check up on everybody, and that's
And maybe-
same thing for session 0 and stuff like that.
Yeah, I made sure to have a session 0 to put down what kind of a vibe my game would have.
Yeah.
Though I admit, there was this one concept of the game where it was like the good guys are now the bad guys, which is why angelic Digimon are the #1 and main antagonists.
I'm glad people took inspiration from that end of things. I love being like, hey, even though all Digimon fall under the various weird categories, and it's like, oh, hey, most vaccines are good. I'm like, yeah, they can also be completely misconstrued, and the bad guys. Look at.
I also
Lady
have
Day
one
City.
concept that I am definitely gonna commission Carlo for eventually, but I do not have the funds for at the moment.
Also
For my
respect
main
family.
antagonist. My main antagonist is going to go crazy once he's been fully revealed.
Heck yeah.
So
It's
look
very
forward to that,
exciting.
everybody.
Yeah, go look forward.
Yeah.
Everyone go.
Though I will
Go
admit, I already
destroy
posted
the high score on the view count for the live on the 22nd.
Hit
Go-
them so
go check out
hard,
that
guys. They
channel.
deserve it.
Oh boy. Having that
get
big of a crowd is gonna probably stress me out a little because I am very new to DMing. Like,
That's okay.
this is my
That's
first
somewhere.
full game.
just
You
have fun.
Yeah, exactly.
have fun.
Have fun with it. That's the main goal.
Yeah.
And the
And
rest
the
of
way
the
I'm
fun.
having fun so far is by giving my players cool moments,
Mm.
which I will admit had a bit of a struggle with that with one of my players not being present because There were 2 times that Black Agumon would have digivolved if he were there because I just didn't want to digivolve him without the person voicing him present.
Valid.
Yeah,
Understandable.
that
I
can be
get that.
frustrating.
We had a similar. It wasn't like a issue with the player being present, but like we had a similar thing with Reiner's art update. We didn't have the art in yet, but there was a point narratively where it should have happened. So Reiner just had a bunch of loose assortment of clothes on him. Just like, and then we ended session.
Yeah, we were like, sorry guys, we can't reveal that because it's not here yet. So
So Reiner changes into something, and then moving on, he looks like something.
Yeah.
We don't.
He's changing the
You'll
back.
find out later.
It was
Yeah.
a funny scene, thankfully.
That was the scene where it was just what?
It was a very good time.
also, shout out to Alaskan Josh donating 10 more gifts.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
All right, well,
You
I
never
will-
know.
I
You
will
should
leave
probably
you
get
guys
moving
to
on
go
other
and deal with more of
questions.
those. Okay, I'll be
Appreciate
leaving
you.
now.
Thanks
sure.
so much.
Thank you so
Thanks
much
for
for
coming
joining us.
by.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Catch you later, bye.
Adios.
From there, do you want to bring in Xero?
Yeah, we may as well bring Xero in so we can get them moving along, and then we'll try and rapid fire some of these questions.
I got him. Yeah.
Hello, we've wrangled you.
You're on the line. Get him now.
Xero, do you live? Well, one of these days, Xero will come back midstream. And that'll be part of the fun.
Oh, there he is.
Oh,
What?
we got him. Wrangled.
Hi.
You've been wrangled.
I know. Also, Coffin, thank you for the shout out earlier.
Of course.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Yeah,
Of course.
you guys definitely inspired myself and everyone in the Unlucky Crusaders to just jump into it and do it pretty much. And the funny thing is, before I do my question real quick, the system, we had a system a year prior before finding out that you guys were doing it. And as we're listening, it's like, oh, okay, interesting. So it's very similar, but oh, let's kids on bikes. Oh, okay. So that's why we took the system that Nick made and just made it
Yeah. Heck
a little
yeah.
bit. Nah.
No, I mean there were a lot of really unique ideas in there. Like we don't have like a class system for tamers, and you guys do. Like we were flipping through the rules here and there, and like there's definitely a lot of big changes to things, including like skill checks, which we don't really have, and like it's definitely got
Yeah.
a lot more weight to it as a system than
One-
what we've been doing with
One
ours.
one thing that I do allow my players to do is just use any of the stats for combat, simply because if they're good at one stat, it's like, okay, like kids on bikes is flight and what's the other one? Flight and fight.
Fight,
It-
brawn,
Yeah,
brains, grit,
it's
charm.
it's very limiting. And because my first TTRPG was basically 5e, that's why we integrated the classes. That's
Makes sense.
why, oh, hey, you're able to use X or Y. That's pretty much it.
I
Fair.
feel as though for humans it should be limited because they're just people with physical things. But Digimon,
That's
we-
true.
We were even experimenting with Liam Pumon using brawn. Like
And
Digimon are
Digimon
these
using
crazy
flight.
things.
Yep. I
that
mean, Unimon
should-
used flight too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why a lot of
Digimon uses
the
flight.
I think
things.
Mistimon and
Digimon
Decimon use
charm.
charm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's why. As
yeah,
well
because I
for,
think the strength of the. No, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all
Also-
good. But yeah, basically the that's why for campaign 2 and specifically for the new rule sets, we were like, yeah, it's fine to like allow various different stats to be used, especially like for combat purposes, because a lot of stuff outside of combat will happen. But some people are like, oh hey, I'm not built as a fighter. It's fine for that, but
Right,
it's why we
right,
also
yeah.
made a lot of new Digimon strengths related to various stats. So for some folks that are like, oh, I want to be a fighter and I want my D20 stat to be in fight, we balance that by saying, oh, hey, there are some strengths that like require you to have a certain level of like dice in your fight stat. So like for example, I think we made
Once more is now
yeah,
requires a 12.
yeah, once more required a D12 in fight. So essentially, you can't just pick that up for freebies anymore. Now it's like, oh, they need to be like combat oriented for this end of things. So
Yeah, I did notice that one of the things that I did, mostly for like the Digimon strength, which I called traits, it was just simply level locking them to the Digimon level. Like, for
Yeah.
example, if you want to have like a Haymaker anyone can have it, but if you want the higher upgrades, only champion up or ultimate up.
No, that's completely fair.
But anyway, I'm gonna
Yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead and ask my question. So I had two in mind, but I'm gonna go with the one. When you guys make a character, also, I'm sorry for the background. I'm currently driving to Texas, so I am currently
boy.
I'm so
in
sorry.
the side of the
Didn't notice
road
any.
right now. Yeah. So I'll keep it short and brief. When you guys characters, what's your thought process?
Oh, for like making characters and things like that.
Yeah, like separately. Like what do you guys go through when you make your characters? Like what is it that you like, if it's like a quirk or something, and then you go from there?
Yeah, I'll go last because I could talk for the longest on this.
That's fair. I guess on my end of things, like I don't know. I try to make every character that I play in any regards like a unique experience for me. Where I've had plenty of characters that I'm like, oh, these are my favorites. Like I've enjoyed playing them before in the past. But there's a part of me that's like, I've already told their story and I don't need to rehash that again. So I don't ever like go on to repeat stuff. So for me, I like to look at things and go, okay, what have I not tried yet? What's new and something that I've never explored before? And at least in the case for Adam, I had never done a character who was essentially like, I guess a loner in the grand scheme of things. I played him as very like, he should have been incredibly angsty and should have been like, a lot more like dismissive to things. But instead I made him more like defeated. Like I made him more of a character that's like, he's been through the ringer and he came out the other side. And while he's still standing, he's like, please don't make me go back. And, then by the end of Intruder, he kind of like got his spark back again and started being like, maybe there is some hope after all.
Thank you.
Understandable.
For me, my character creation process varies depending on the game I'm in. Sometimes I just go with head empty and just sort of feel out the character based off vibes. But I know with Grayson, I wanted to build him around support. Sometimes I build the character based off the mechanical way I want to do things, and others, like for my character for campaign 2, there's a story in mind that I want them to go through, and I have a person in my mind of who they will be when they end, and who they are by the start of at the start of the journey. And I definitely have like something in mind that I want to land on, but the story might veer them in a different direction.
Okay.
Back in 5e, I had a character that was very much, I tried to make him like the loner kind of guy, but like partway through, he became like the lawful good, like borderline paladin type.
That was like, very funny to watch you try and be an edgelord and fail so miserably that we bullied you into lawful good.
Yeah, it was great.
We'll go.
I've been there. I've been there.
I tried to focus on a key character aspect and extrapolate from there. Like I had I try to think about their personality and how I can either portray that or what that would be like for me. For example, I once came into a game where I was replacing a problem player. So, because everyone had an issue with the guy that I was replacing, I decided to make him kind of very upbeat, personable. That way if I came in all kind of like aggressive, like, hey, what's up, I'm a badass, that could put people at like on edge, like, God, we don't want to go through this again. So I just kind of came in like, hey, what's up, I'm everybody's friend, come here, give me a hug. Shit, I'm a ghost. God damn it. Give me a hug anyway. But...
Giving some high fives and slapping some asses.
There he is. High five, ghost.
Yes. But for ER, for example, the more I figured out ER, the less I started to think. So like, excellent, I'm in the character. I looked at what was available around us. Rhino was a badass, and I was like, we already have that archetype, and I don't want to kind of repeat what someone else is doing, and I know Grim can do that well. So I'm going to take my initial thought and go in a different direction. And the core of ER remained the same. He just had a different personality wrapped around it. So I was looking to what everyone else was doing and just kind of doing my own. I was looking where what we didn't have. I like to look at
Understandable.
that aspect of things.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that makes a lot of
That's
sense.
zero dialogue with that.
From there, Weasel, and then we'll do Grim, and then me.
No, I probably am the one who has the least to say because Diogo was the first character that I've ever created for a D&D game, like for a longer period of time. So when I created Diogo, he wasn't really created to fully evolve, unfortunately. I was just trying to be like, okay, I'm gonna try to figure stuff out. Then with Blake, I actually tried to think of like, okay, I want a character that has a character arc, and that was mainly my main goal, is to figure out, okay, what can I have a character that starts with one thing and then ends in as something else, essentially. But again, I'm still very new at creating characters for D&D games. Like I said, Diogo was my first character, and then Blake was my second character ever for a longer playthrough. So yeah, I'm still kind of figuring out myself how do you create characters for a campaign personally. So yeah, that's
Fair.
about it.
And then Grim, do you have anything that you want to mention for like how you make characters in a campaign?
You know, it's probably a little bit unique-ish for me because I've been writing a lot of different things outside of what we do on YouTube. I've been working on some things for years, and so there's a couple characters that I make through that, which, you know, it's like, man, I really like this character so much. I would love to just see it come to life. And so for Reiner, I kind of used him for one of my older stories that never kind of blossomed. And through that, I kind of made his character design after him, since I was working with the artist at the time. So kind of, you know, adjusted his design. And so yeah, it kind of helps me a lot better. I already have kind of characters made with kind of like ideologies and, you know, how they act around other people. And then for Leon, I don't think I really I've had a few characters like Leon, but like I wanted to go a little bit more deeper into it. So through him, I wanted to make sure that you know, his character is good for the party as well, because, you know, you don't want, like, you know, for certain D&D games, the way it's set up, if you have, like, you know, too many people in the front line and no one's, like, supporting and stuff like that, it kind of hurts the team if you don't have a healer or something like that. So I always try my best not to just double down on something or also jump on top of someone else's character that's doing something similar. You know, it's not easy, but I try to manage what I can. I think after I made my character and then we were talking about it, like, oh, Weasel's character seems a little bit also timid like my character.
It's like
But
It
we
was, it was
found out
very
they're different.
similar, yeah.
And I can
Yeah.
tell you that unfortunately did happen is that I tried to workshop. I had two ideas for characters beforehand, and then I guess there was like a miscommunication, and we ended up having similar characters at the end, unfortunately.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, I've never
fa-
played a timid character, so that's why I wanted to do that.
yeah,
To
I
be fair,
basically
Bliss and Gary were both kind of cowards, but they had their own flavor of coward.
yeah, that was the good thing about Blake and Leon, is that while we still made two very timid characters that weren't really able to talk with people properly, we still kind of like took each character into different directions. So
yeah,
it
they had
made
their own
them,
flavor.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we managed to make them unique in their own way, despite being both pretty timid and meek
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
No, I agree.
Leon
Yeah,
was
that's what we came
more
up with. At the end, and we
neurotic.
just did that.
Yeah, Leon, I would say, was be a bit more kind of neurotic and paranoid, while Blake seemed more like I don't want to say self-conscious because they were both self-conscious.
Defeated?
I was, yeah, kind of
Socially
more,
defeated.
yeah, deflated.
Yeah, I would also agree with that.
That
I think
also
I think we
goes to
were
show that there's more than one ways to execute on an idea.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's because I mean to start going into my thoughts on things. So I've been playing D&D since 2007. I learned on 3rd edition, not 3.5, 3rd edition. And we had no idea what the fuck we were doing. And then we got into 3.5 and we had no idea what we were doing. And then we got into Pathfinder and then we figured out what we were doing. It just took a really long time. I've played 4th edition, I've played 5th edition, I've played a bunch of, obviously, Kids on Bikes, the modified Kids on Bikes that we've done. I've played D20 Modern, I've played a lot of everything. And I've had, decades of experience at this point doing various characters. There's one campaign where I had to make 17 characters because the DM kept killing me off. So
Yeah, I believe you touched on that.
Yeah.
I believe like a couple. Yeah.
Yes. I have a lot of experience building characters. So first I'll start going by layers. Primarily I'll look at what niche the party might need mechanically to help flesh it out. See what the party is missing, see what the party needs. That's why I tend to fill when I'm making characters generally, is I'll see okay, what does it look like everybody's doing? What does it look like everybody wants to do? And then I'll make sure that everyone is able to do that and then help fit a spot to make sure that everybody can share the spotlight. From there, I'll look into what cool things I want them to be able to do. Mechanically, I'll just get all the mechanics down. So if I'm playing a healer, it's okay, what's my Nova round look like when I'm healing? If I'm a damage dealer, what's my Nova round for damage look like? So I can just be excited about playing the character when they're at the table. And then once the mechanics are down, I'll start finding a story to tell through those mechanics. Okay, this guy's gonna hit crazy hard. Why did this guy focus so hard on hitting crazy hard? Why did this guy go so specialized that they're not good at everything? Normally people want to be good at a lot of different things instead of just one thing, and then that's all that they do. So why is this guy so specialized? Or if he's not specialized, why isn't this guy specialized? Why is he an all-rounder? Why has he not focused on any one thing in particular? So I'll go into that, and then those things will start to tell a little bit more of the story. So if I'm playing a wizard, it's okay, why didn't they want to focus on physical attributes of themselves? Why didn't they want to focus on that? And then start fleshing out more and more of a character, and then that'll start to inform me on the bigger parts of them, their flaws, what journey I want to go into with them, what's their character arc gonna be. And then generally I'll build a good end, a bad end, and a medium end for the character, give or take, on their various things that they want to resolve. Because it is an RNG game, we're telling a story, but it's decided by dice at the end of the day. So at any moment you can have all these plans for your character and then they don't work out. Obviously I never plan on them just dying in the middle of combat out of nowhere, but that does happen. So generally speaking, generally speaking, it's a thing of I'll figure out what kind of journey I want them to have, and then I'll go from there into the rest of it. But there are a couple of permanent, all characters that I have will have these kind of character traits that I make sure to put in, which is that one, they care enough about everybody around them to ask questions and follow up on things. If you make a loner character who doesn't want to, doesn't have any friends, he's the cool guy brooding at the edge of the bar, there needs to be a reason why you're engaging with the party. Everybody needs to share the spotlight, everybody needs to have focus brought around to them at some point or another. So, you can play the loner who's brooding at the edge of the bar waiting for someone to start up character conversation, but if that never happens, why does your character start conversation? make that a part of them. Like, okay, my guy's going to be a loner, but he suffers from crippling social anxiety, so he's never had friends, so he wants friends. So if no one approaches him, he's going to go find whatever table has the most amount of people having fun at it, and then go over and try to talk to them, and it might be awkward and funny. Like, that could be a silly thing that he's doing. Because at the end of the day, all of your traits, positive and negative, should be something that people can jump off of for something fun that can happen in the game. If your character, like Impmon is a really good example, he wants to be the strongest, he is not the strongest. By a pretty wide margin. He's not the strongest, he's not the toughest, he's not the coolest, but he thinks he is. So that lets other people mess with him, make fun of him, like jump on him and like rag on him and criticize him, and then I can like overcompensate and have a fun reaction to that that's not just like, man, fuck you. Like you can't just do a no but. Everything has to be some form of yes. Like if it's just a no plainly, that's the problem. You can do a yes and, you can do a no but. So like Impmon, are you the coolest ever? And it's like, no, but I'm this other thing. We can bounce off that. Or like, Impmon, are you the coolest ever? And it's like, yes, and this other thing that we're gonna get into. So everything should always lead into things that you can bring up to share the spotlight with other people and have fun with everybody else. Like Gary doesn't want to participate in combat, but he ultimately cares about his friends enough that if things get to that, he's willing to get in there. And it was the same thing for like Blake and Leon and Grayson. You know, like if things are bad enough, he will jump in and fight against those character flaws, because at the end of the day, we are here to have fun. And if you make a character too flawed,
has cohesion.
then it becomes a problem. Everyone
Yeah,
should
it
always
needs to
wanna
have, like,
fun with
that
all their traits
cohesion.
at the end of the day. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day, everyone wants to be playing together. Like,
Yeah. We had, I'm gonna put my own wife on blast because I tell this story every time. But this was something that Tara did that was very significant of like a learning moment that I want to like highlight for everybody else. So at one point, Grim, myself, Tara, our friend Charleston, and my friend Andrew were doing a D&D game that we had for a very short period of time that we were streaming. And Tara had this like character. She was like a merfolk princess kind of character, and her family had been like ripped apart and like no longer around, but like relics of their time were still about. So we were in a Planescape game, and she walks into a shop, and there's this old barnacled chained chest with her family logo on it. And she walks into the shop, and we all walk in behind her, and we're like, hey, you seem really interested in that. What's up? And she's like, everybody leave. We're like, okay, weird, but all right, I guess we will. So we all walk out. Tara's in there alone with the shopkeeper, has a long roleplay moment with the shopkeeper talking about, like, I know this chest, I know about it. And she goes to touch the chest, and it unlocks. And she gets this glowing symbol on her forehead. And the chest opens, and she gains the contents of it, stuffs it into her bag. And then they part ways. The shopkeeper's like, obviously this belonged to your family, so I can't sell it to you. No one's been able to open this chest ever before. It's a huge moment for plot significance and for your character. I hope you find your family. And then she's like, yeah, thanks. Walks outside. Her forehead is still glowing. Her bag is full, and her forehead is still glowing. And the shop was locked. They're the only two people in it. We all sat there watching her do this for like minutes on end. And then we're like, hey, so, what's up? And she's like, nothing. We're like, no, like, your head is glowing and your bag is full. What's up? And she's like, don't worry about it. We're like, sure, but, like, for real, this seems important to what we're dealing with, what's going on. And she's like, no, we're not doing that. It's none of your business. Go away. And we're like, all fucking righty then. And then we moved on with our lives. Her whole plot hook was never discussed with anyone else. No one ever found out about it because she just hit no for everything. There was no but, there was no yes and, there was no avenue with which to play off of it. Her backstory just never came up and the game ended later. Like, that was just it. Like, a whole character backstory was never delved into. None of that happened. Was just done. So, like, that's something where you can have these negative character traits, you can have these secrets, you can have these things that you never want to tell anyone, but you always got to be willing to budge eventually on those things. So that's a big part of like at the foundation of every character. you should have a reason to tell your secrets. You should have a reason to hang out with your friends. You should have a reason to want to adventure. You should have a reason to want to conclude your character's arc, and not be an unwilling participant forced into everything. So,
Right, it's called character growth.
yeah, and there's a lot of stories, especially TV shows, where there's a lot of character growth that doesn't involve the character actively participating in their own growth. Like, some characters are forced into their story, and that's great. But that's a different storytelling medium entirely. TV show,
yeah,
you can just sit there and watch the whole thing. But
Actually,
like,
on
go
that,
for it.
I want to mention that there comes a big conversation about like, oh, but that's like, this is what my character would do. This is more realistic. This and that. It's like, at the end of the day, you're playing a game, so you have to decide what's more important to you in this. Is the narrative more important, the realism more important, or the game aspect and having fun? So that's kind of a big conversation you have to have with yourself, and as well as, if necessary, with the group.
Yeah. Other last element I want to touch on. Sorry, I know this is such a long answer on my end. Apologies. But
We've
I've
been known.
played with a lot of people who haven't followed anything close to what I've mentioned, and it has shown very, very severely in the years I've played D&D. No D&D is better than bad D&D, and that took me a really long time to figure that lesson out. But that aside, all that aside, I will say one other thing is, like, making characters in other mediums that don't work out, like, playing Kratos in D&D, it just doesn't work, because Kratos never talks. He just sits there. He sits there and does cool action things. You gotta roleplay in the role-playing game. There's gotta be dialogue. You gotta, like, show that you're interested and active and paying attention and doing stuff. You just sit there in Kratos and just wait until someone's like, what do you think, Kratos? And you just go, depends on the man and the weapon. And that's like it. That's all you do. That's nothing. You're not participating in the game. Nothing's happening. Like, it's cool that you want to play a character that doesn't have a
Don't
voice and
forget the
doesn't talk a
yelling.
lot. But like,
So
the big
Chase-
important thing is that you can, like, you could play a character like that, but you have to add other elements to it, like narrating very specifically and in detail everything that your character does all the time as another form of communication. Like, my Kratos character sees the king on his throne and he grimaces that at his sight, and he steps forward and he takes the stance that you see him take every time he begins to go into battle, and he begins reaching for his axe with a grunt. And it's like, okay, that is a lot of communication. You've very clearly shown that your character means to attack this king character. People can act on that because you're describing all of it. If you don't ever talk about anything, though, and you're not communicating what you're doing, and you're just like, yeah, so anyway, I attacked the king, nothing up to then, it's like, whoa, what the hell? So yeah, anyway, you were saying.
I just want to piggyback off that for just 2 seconds, and then we should probably get to other questions.
Yeah.
'cause-
Sorry.
Because you accidentally just called me out because I tried, like, literally playing a Kratos, and we got 20 minutes into the game before I started, like, have more coming out of my shell, and everyone was like, why are you talking to us now? And I just on the spot just went, I'm so alone.
That'll work.
Yeah,
That'll
I
do
was
it.
like, okay, I
Oh
guess
my
I was lonely.
I mean,
All right,
also,
but
also
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Also piggybacking on that, I noticed. I also felt that while playing as Blake, during this campaign, because Blake's fear is talking to people. However, I noticed that I was always trying to start conversations. So it was like this balancing act of, like, I can't do it. Goes against the character I'm trying to make.
That's
You
actually
gotta
funny
budge
'cause
on a few things.
Grayson and I have something in the inverse of that, where I have this thing where I overtalk sometimes, and I just dislike the sound of silence. So sometimes I would just sort of try to kick up conversations to just fill it, and that kind of came through with Grayson a little bit. Something I was
Good
working
stuff.
on at the time.
But yeah, I have rambled for far too long. Thank you so much for coming in and asking your question. Again,
yeah, of course.
Go check out the channel. Go check out their Digimon streams that they got going. When is your next session gonna be?
So we don't stream, we just record it. But next session should be coming out, or at least next episode should be coming out this Friday.
Very
Heck
good.
Oh,
So
hell
I'll link
yeah.
the channel again. Go check out their videos. It's good stuff. In their video description, you can check out their custom rule set. It's very cool stuff. Thanks for stopping by. Tune in on their channel this Friday for more content from them. And thank you so
I'll
much.
say one last thing.
Yeah.
One last thing. Again, thank you guys on behalf on the Unlucky Crusaders, all the Digimon games that are out there, and the fandom. Keep on doing what you're doing.
Yeah,
It's great.
You guys keep on doing
Thank
what
you
you're
so
doing.
much.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you guys keep
All right, take care. I have a long road to drive. All right.
Oh,
Believe
boy.
in you.
Safe drive.
Take care. Drive safe.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So, from there, Grim has to go soon for other prior engagements, so we're gonna just bombard him with Grimjack questions,
Yep.
if we're able to. We
Yes,
have a
do it.
Grimjack section of the dive.
Throw
So
the
again,
Ready.
chucking
Gatling
questions
gun.
at our boy.
Go, go, go.
When is it at my session, guys? Come on.
Okay,
no,
you know,
now it
son,
is. Too bad.
Gossip
how do I
Diva,
battle
Diva,
myself in 1
okay?
second? Okay,
Yes,
so
more like
so
Diva
the
Destiny.
most-
Got him.
so the most important question Grim will ever need to be asked: what is Caramon's favorite brand of watches to eat from Camo?
Favorite watch?
What's your favorite
Yeah,
brand?
favorite
Watch?
brand of
What's your
watches.
favorite brand of watches?
To eat.
To eat. He doesn't like that expensive shit. It just doesn't. Yeah, it's got better metals, but like it's just fluff.
My
you know?
grandfather's pocket
can't-
watch from the
but you
war.
can't- You can't hear the Rolex tick as you crunch into it.
Yeah, the
It's not satisfying.
Rolex is, it's just a name.
It's
Yeah.
just a name on a watch.
It's a name on a watch. Doesn't make it taste any better.
Are you telling me this watch came from Roblox?
Yeah, obviously his favorite watches are Casio's because the Casio calculator watch because they have the most numbers.
Yes.
There we go.
It's a calculator in a watch.
Right there, bro.
Hell yeah.
You know, it's gonna. His favorite watch is probably the JoJo's collab watches.
Yeah.
There we go.
Diavolo one's the best one because it
Yeah.
was exclusive.
So
It
if
also
you want
has-
to send Caramon a watch or a PO box,
He'll definitely eat it for sure. If you see me wearing a similar one, it's a coincidence.
Don't worry about it. Don't make questions about it.
We have a PO box.
well, the company kind of does.
Technically.
Oh boy.
Anyway, I'm
to
gonna
piggyback-
give out our PO box address here on screen.
To piggyback off of that, what would Caramon's reaction to modern American fast food be? Stuff like Taco Bell and McDonald's. This is from Remy Does Things.
You know, it's got to be in the 90s, I think. If Caramon could taste at all different times, I think it was a godsend in the 90s. To
Oh yeah,
eat
but
fast
what would his
food.
reaction to it be?
In like
His
modern,
reaction.
like current
In
day
modern.
Taco Bell and like McDonald's and things like that.
Like 90s Burger King slaps, but
Oh,
modern
sorry.
Burger King does not.
Okay, his reaction. For Taco Bell, he would be all over the Baja Blast.
Sounds
He'd
about
be
right.
chugging that for days and be like, "This is the nectar of the gods. Everything's a lie. The truth has been found. I am to live here now."
Red Beast, what would he learn if he drank Baja Blast?
I think you. God, what the fuck is in a Baja Blast?
I think he just learned how to be radical.
Yeah, don't make this man Wikipedia Baja Blast. Somehow he learns how to do a kickflip.
Without
ER's just
feet,
like,
so
why
that's
is this
impressive.
man able to? Why is this Mon able to skateboard without legs?
Oh my
Why
God.
is he balding?
You guys.
What is the cost?
I don't know
guys.
what.
Caramon could canonically drink a Baja Blast. It was launched in 2004.
Let's go!
Let's go.
We got there, everybody.
He was one of the first people to drink it.
Oh my God!
We also have a few Leon questions for you. If
Okay.
there's nothing else for the
for the fast food one, or do you have more thoughts on that?
The Big Mac is overrated.
Okay.
Why would you
Shots
say things
fired.
So correct, but so right.
It's Caramon.
Why would you say something so brave? It's so correct.
What's Caramon's favorite fast food chain?
Favorite fast food chain? I gotta think about it because, like, again, state to state, it could vary, and like, what the fuck?
Assume he can just like grab
okay,
the best version of any
Jack.
given type.
Okay, Jack, I'm gonna help you on that. If I don't know what it is, if it doesn't exist in Portugal, it doesn't count.
Well, he's more talking
Okay,
about
well,
stuff
Because
like
it means it's
Jack in the Box.
because it means it
and-
wasn't
yeah.
internationalized enough.
He's more talking about how in certain states, certain fast food chains don't hold up. Like Jack in the Box is a lot better in California.
I
than it
don't
is in
know
a
what
lot of
that
other
is.
places.
That doesn't count.
You've passed
Not
by
real.
a few, but I understand you weren't.
I know, but it was only when I was there.
That's another barometer. If Weasel doesn't remember it, then it doesn't count.
Oh my god.
it's
I'll definitely
it's
not
not
gonna say
international
Wendy's now.
enough.
Fast food. Oh,
Like
fuck.
McDonald's.
Hitting the quick
No.
Google just for help.
Wendy's.
No, Burger King. Burger
That's his
King.
favorite.
But Burger King in the early 2000s, 90s. Not
Okay,
Burger
so
King.
when he
Burger
could eat the
King.
when he could eat the Pokemon.
Yes. and the Yu-Gi-Oh! And the Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes.
Excellent.
That
There you
one.
go.
Okay, Burger King
time to
exists
duel
here.
up.
You get to pass.
Way to go! We got the weasel pass, everybody.
He's got the hat too and everything. He's got the crown.
He's got the crown in
Perfect.
there.
Yeah.
Oh
does a
my
crown taste?
god, I love that.
Like
I
Chevy
want you to
Baja
know you've
Blast.
likely awakened the artists.
Why do I hear pens moving?
What about what do you guys think the Burger King Kids Club members Digimon partners would be?
Oh boy.
I
We don't need to go that deep.
We don't have
It's an
time today.
it's an Angela Mon figure.
Oh no.
All right, hold on. They all have a Bergamon. Each
Yeah,
one of
there
them
we
has a
go.
Bergamon.
We made it.
Made
guys.
it.
What do we have on the Leon questions?
Yes.
Okay.
This is a interesting one from the Green Ninja. Does Leon, aka Leonidas, know/like anything about Bakugan? If not, I'd like to direct him to the Battle Brawlers for the Xbox 360.
Hold on.
I also am checking if it came out at a reasonable
I
time.
don't think it did, which is
I
why I'm
think it's
like,
too
wait a
new.
minute.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
too new.
Isn't Bakugan from like 2006, 2007?
Oh,
Yeah,
so a
2007.
little later. A
Yeah.
little later.
He couldn't know.
I mean,
Couldn't know until
he
later.
didn't die. It would be 3 years later from now.
It'd be after the adventure.
He died.
So, okay, so when Leon is 19, what does he think of Bakugan?
Leon, a year and a half into college. Hi, I like these little spheres.
How are these spheres transform? This is so cool.
I use magnets. That's neat.
I could unhinge my jaw and manifest one of these.
I think he really likes him, and he would have been super crazy into it if it came out when he was a little younger.
Yeah.
And he
I think
probably
that's right.
has one at least somewhere.
Got one for like the it's novel. It's neat.
Yeah.
He
got
admires
one-
them in afar and he bought one for himself.
We got one more Leon question, then we can do a few group questions.
Heck yeah.
What
Awesome.
happened to Leon when they were about to fight Marine Devimon? This was asked by Tag66.
What was about to happen?
Was
when they
Ben
were-
you when
Oh,
you
like
quick
Oh,
did
yes,
roll
that
for
was-
When he
Devimon.
got
Yeah.
sick.
Oh, it was mainly due to I think a lot of it being a lot of like the coldness and all that. I just felt like with that and on top of only being able to level up the champion, that it just felt weird that Leon couldn't get him to ultimate. So I talked to Red about it, and we had thought, okay, maybe he's just not feeling well right now. And so we wanted to just kind of I felt like I wanted to try to make that like coherently a thing, so that it just was not awkward to have
Yeah.
the only one being champion.
Yeah, you wanted to create a way to explain why he was he didn't get all the way to champion, because it's kind of weird in the moment to be like, oh wait, why didn't he go ultimate like everyone else narratively? It's like them. It's like the adventure group going to go fight Myotismon, and Joe's like, "Get him, Mikakumon!" Wait,
Wait a minute.
Could it have been a thing if he just hit the wrong button on his Digivice?
It could have been as simple as that, but
but it was also a thing of
Mm.
like because he was out of tokens, but it was also I also kind of wanted time to think, but we were live. I didn't have time to really think it out. So it was
Yeah.
like, yeah, sure, let's go for it. And then it was like, I kind of don't want you to have this essentially
I already
status condition
was
going
talking
into
to
the
you
final
about
fight.
fixing it, so it was.
Yeah,
I
I
think
totally
you.
forgot
I think
that
you
Liam
didn't remember I
Pumon-
asked that already, and so it's like, yeah, I did. Don't worry.
Yeah, I totally forgot. But I was like, I totally forgot that Liam Pumon had a heal ability. So I was like, oh, cool, we
Yeah.
have a way to fix it.
I didn't
'Cause-
want to make that. I know I've known players be like, "Oh, I want this to be about me" moment, whereas this was
Yeah.
just like, "I want this to make sense." So if you can tell me something else,
Wait, you mean
Great,
anymore? It's
but-
not about me? That sounds weird.
That can't possibly be the case.
I know I wasn't a player in this campaign, but I could have sworn it was all about me.
Other people don't think things or do stuff.
all right, Emperor Kuzco, relax.
I don't know what you're talking about, Nick. Chase clearly gets it.
God damn it.
But
yeah.
as another person than Storm, I don't think things or do stuff.
but yeah, no, thank you for that question though. I mean, that one was a really scary thing to happen. For a second, I was like, this
Yeah.
might fucking bite me in the ass for wanting to
Oh, yeah.
make this a legit roleplay reason.
No, it was interesting.
Hey, when you commit to the bet, you commit to a higher calling.
Yeah.
Correct.
Also,
Exactly.
yeah, Leon Pumon's character, at least what was described in the game, is that his masks are really supportive to other Digimon and stuff. So I was like, okay, maybe have that be a thing to help Leon feel better, even though he's not a Digimon. But like the masks could, in theory, help, Leon Pumon's partner in a way. So I was really happy that worked out.
Correct.
Want to start jumping into the group questions? We'll try to have Grim answer first since he's got a timer.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see. We already technically answered that. I'll answer that second half of that one later. We answered that. Since our intruders already had champion levels at the time Adam joined, what got them there to it before then? Question from Dragon Ninja.
So how did the 4 members of the team get their champions before Adam joined?
Okay,
Yes.
We'll start with Grim as is tradition.
I think I wrote some of this down.
I
Yeah,
believe
you did right here.
Okay, yeah. So basically, when Leon entered the world and woke up and was trying to figure out where the heck he was, since he was at school 1 second and then was stuck in a forest, middle of nowhere. Lo and behold, Kid Onimon jumps out of a bush because he thinks he wants to make a great first impression to a new potential friend, which freaks out Leon and makes him run away. And then Leon encounters a mad Leomon. And through it all, Leon gets hurt and kind of goes unconscious, because that was one of the things that I stated, that Leon didn't really notice Kid Onimon Digivolve. But when Leon was kind of passed out, Kid Onimon came in to help him, barely able to fight against a champion level. And when Leon kind of opened up his eyes, like for a second, he saw Kid Onimon fighting and, protecting him. So Leon was more concerned about the person protecting him than himself. And right before he passed out again, the Digivice activated. And Kid Onimon Digivolved to Leon Pumon and pushed Mad Leomon off a cliff. Just
then
like
he
in The
became a
Lion
Digi-Egg
King.
and was seen later in the Silver Peaks helping Sammy.
Yeah, that's the same exact Leomon.
Yep.
He was mad before, but the fall from the cliff really calmed him down.
Yes.
It also gave him a lobotomy, so don't worry about it.
Literally.
And then
after
later,
that.
that lobotomy caused him to remember all of the problems, making him into Bancho Leomon and an enemy of the group. So it really came full circle in the end.
So when he died, he went back to the past.
No,
He just
no,
remembers
what,
his past traumas.
no, he only woke up when the Vandals came into the digital world. He's been knocked out for 20 years.
No, but for real,
After 2000 years, I'm free. It's time to punch that kid.
I didn't realize they made a Lion King fucking thing when it came to the cliff.
Did,
I
oh, I'm
was,
sorry.
like,
Did
right
the guy
after,
who
I'm like,
has
"Oh, that's staying now."
Leon Pumon and is named Leon make a lion reference
Nah,
with
couldn't
Mad
happen.
Leomon? Did that happen? Was
I think
that
it's
surprising?
a conspiracy. I think it's this
Alright.
whole conspiracy you're brewing up now.
I think you're right.
Chase, how did Micah get his champion?
So I decided, with Weasel's help, slightly, that
Slightly.
I pitched it and then Weasel was like, sure. So I appreciate you, Weasel. But I had the idea that after Sophie got her Digivolution, because spoilers, she got hers first. Unless somebody can beat her to 30 minutes from walking into the digital world.
I'll explain that one after Weasel.
Yeah,
goes.
that's a fun story for
Yeah.
later. But after that, while most of the rest of us had rookies, Blake was in a level of danger, and Micah dove in front of the attack to try to stop Blake from being injured, and that allowed Zubamon to digivolve.
Yay, Piccoloed
It's-
himself so Zubamon would
Yeah.
digivolve.
Yeah.
As is tradition.
Power of love.
It conquers all.
Weasel, how did Blake get to the champion level?
Yes. Blake and Jaimon, there's like this moment when they're still like trying to understand each other. I'm imagining that Blake would probably be the last one to get his Digivolution, to be honest. So there's a moment that Blake and Jellymon just leave to get some food for the rest of the team. And during that time, Jellymon kind of forces Blake to tell what his deal is, because he barely talks to anybody, and he feels like he doesn't do anything. And for the first time, Blake vents out those frustrations that he wants to talk to people, he just doesn't know how. And it was strangely easy for him to say that to Jellymon, of all people. Once Jellymon hears this, she immediately makes her mission to make Blake be more friends with everyone else. And around that exact moment, they are attacked by some Digimon. And due to this opening up and fuck, I want to say a word and I'm forgetting what that word is. Newborn bond. Jellymon digivolves into Teslamon to protect Blake for a bit.
Hell yeah.
Wahoo!
Yeah.
And
But
then
what about Nick?
And what about me? What about it?
And to fulfill my Ron Burgundy requirements, Laika, like 30 minutes into the adventure, Sophie tries to confidently cross a rickety-ass bridge with Pokemon, and it immediately breaks beneath their feet. Pokemon digivolves to Unimon and flies them out of there, but Sophie gets mad because she's like, "You could have been a horse this entire time? You've been holding out on me." She learns nothing from the experience.
We were trying to figure out a way that Pokemon could digivolve to Unimon without improving their relationship in any way, because the campaign starts like with them already not very friendly. So we were trying to figure out like, okay, so it can't be like too nice. Like if Bokomon does something huge for Sophie, then like that would ruin Sophie's character. If like Bokomon sacrifices himself for Sophie and then she's still like, you're a piece of shit, you're not a horse, shut up. Then like that would really ruin a lot of her character growth. So we were
Yeah.
like, let's put it on even terms. They both fall off that fucking bridge, and then Bokomon saves them both.
Beautiful.
It was more self. My God.
Self-preservation more than anything else.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you. Self-preservation than
That's okay.
anything else.
Yeah.
This is a good question that I'm really interested to hear Grimm's answer to.
Oh boy.
So what are the intruders Digimon's baby and in training forms? Grim, do you think, this is from the Mystic Kori Cat, do you think there's a one that already exists that would work, or would those also be essentially customs?
Yeah, they'd be customs.
Alrighty.
On the spot, come up with 2 Digimon right now. No, okay.
Ah,
I was
beans.
about-
That's fine.
like-
That's fine.
Kiddo
That's okay.
Digimon.
We don't have to
As a-
worry about that for right now. We can
As a
we can delve
stand-in,
into that later.
Pokemon could probably walk.
Probably.
As a stand-in for now.
For now.
Yes.
I mean,
Gotta
we
be
have Catmon.
green.
We do have Capmon, that's true.
Catmon's always an option.
No, I mean, I'm using them as an example that we've created in trainings before.
And
Or it
I'm
could also
saying
just
you
be
can always
Catmon.
make your in-training Catmon. There's always a chance. Name 1 to 55 reasons why you don't want Catmon as in training Digimon. Anyway,
Number 75 will surprise you.
so yeah, that'll be a custom for later that we'll look into.
Yeah.
So from there, I mean, Pokemon's rough. I'm gonna have to think about that. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
like
leave
it
you
says,
for now.
1 sec, gonna Google it. I'm pretty sure Pokemon doesn't have a canon form before being
Sure
Pokemon.
doesn't.
He's an enigma.
I've actually read that, so I was on the wiki this entire time. These are the only ones that look anywhere close to good for Pokemon, in my opinion.
What do we got here?
Tokomon, Upamon, and Koromon.
Oh, yeah, those would work.
Yeah, those.
I can see
Yeah.
Upamon.
Yeah, I could see Upamon.
Oh, wait, hold on. If he maintains the Call Weezer voice, I want it to be Tokomon, but always have the teeth bearing.
There you go. That's how you do it. That's how you do it right there.
Correct. I mean, we already have the canon one for Karamon with the form of Kuromon and then Sumemon. Love those
And
little
Zubamon
just,
also has a
just an
cannon.
eyeball.
Yeah, I believe he does. Yeah, Sakudomon.
This little guy.
Yeah, it's just got
Sakudomon
swords
and
for ears.
Sakumon. Yeah,
Of course.
look at Sakumon and tell me that that's not just Sunomon with extra step.
Yep.
Yeah, and Jillimon also has 2 canon forms.
Yeah, it's-
Puyoyomon?
Yeah, Puyoyomon and
And-
Puyomon
Yeah.
for the fresh. Look at this adorable thing.
It's just a little blob. We love little blobs. They're great.
Yeah.
Also, other small thing, Sakumon has Sakumon, like the fresh level one, has an attack called Sakuri, which means crispy. And Sakutomon has an attack called Sakusaku, which means cut.
Yep.
All
I'm
right.
here for it. It's very silly. Heck yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Good job, everyone involved.
Proud of us. Also, before we get too far for the most part, we did have a donation a while ago that I wanted to read. There's no question associated, but I may as well shout it out. From Mercier, from Marisur, I believe, or Mariker. I believe it's Marisur. They tipped $5 and said, "Hope everyone's doing good. Listen to y'all from the first season. I hope to see y'all at the newest season. Long live the fandom and long live Venmon."
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Beautiful.
Grim, how much more time do you have before you have to bounce?
I can push it by like in 15 minutes.
Okay. I'm just going to keep going with group questions then.
Okay.
What do you think the intruders would think of the Vandals? This was asked by Savahal. I'm sorry that I cannot pronounce your name.
We try our best in these trying times.
I'm gonna just try to not do individually because otherwise we'd be here all night.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
honestly,
as a group,
yeah.
as a whole, Micah's view of the group as a whole is, what the hell? Why do you get megas? Why don't we get megas? Zubamon, step your game up.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll try.
I think Grayson would try to get along with everyone, but he would be scared of Sophie for some reason.
I know you'd be correctly scared of Sophie.
Yeah,
Real.
like especially Sophie at start of her character development, he would have been terrified of that woman.
Micah might be one of the few things that can harm ER. Wait,
One
no,
of the few.
he needs Zubamon to be efficient in damage, so he might be able to take him.
That's true. You're right.
I think amongst all of the Vandals, I think Adam would probably relate the most with Gary in the grand scheme of things.
The one adult.
Yeah, the one adult in the room.
I was also an adult, though.
I mean, fair, but like, I don't know. Reiner is like the type of person that I think Adam would be like, please don't cause trouble. Please do not make me have to go back to the old
And
ways.
then Reiner is like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah.
I'm just standing here, man. What the fuck?
Yep.
What does everyone think? I'm gonna freaking beat everyone up.
I don't know.
Reiner just has his resting protagonist face.
Yep.
Reiner has resting Lancer face.
There we go.
There it is. And then as far as the group goes, I feel like Gary would like at end game. Gary would probably be looking at them like, wow, these guys have a long way to go.
Yep.
I mean, I think Blake would just try to get along with everybody. Probably be a little bit intimidated by ER and Reiner first, but at the same time approach them nonetheless. I don't know why. I could see Diogo just not vibing with Sophie.
Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just fight
here's the
against
thing.
Sophie.
You would have the like Diogo would have the initial like, I don't know how I feel about this. Florimon would just be like, I can put it into words. Just gets ready to go on a monologue.
That's the thing. The reason why I said that specifically is because you would probably be one of the few times that Diogo would back up Florimon.
Be like, you know what, Florimon, go off, girl. Spit.
Florimon just putting on stage everyone with a D4 in brains and being like, all of these people are stupid.
Correct.
Diogo, why are they all so stupid?
When the game started, I went in knowing that, like, okay, I'm probably gonna have to adjust my notes for how I'm going to do the things in the Dark Ocean for every character once I get to know them. Sophie said two words, and I went, perfect. I don't have to change anything.
Flawless. We did it.
No notes.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah?
I don't think Leon answered at all for that.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Yeah, no, Leon, I think would be intimidated with most of the people in the group. He'd be worried that he'd say something, and they might go off on him, and he would have to just beg for their forgiveness and not to destroy him.
Yeah, that Grayson guy, so intimidating.
And then with Ryder looking at the group, he thinks that they probably need a good meal. They look very skinny to him, and they need to bulk up a bit.
Got
So Ryder would want to cook something for them so that they can not die from starvation.
Honestly, I'm imagining like an interaction between Reiner and Blake, and I can totally see like Reiner just looking at Blake and be like, "God, you're skinny. What is wrong with you?"
You ever heard of protein?
Oh,
You will.
You need some milk.
Oh, this is a fun one on that topic.
Uh-oh.
From Dragon Ninja, who would win between your campaign 1 and 1-art characters? No, I did not mention Digimon. Human versus human.
Oh,
They
boy.
don't. They do get any weapons they had, like skates or Void Horse for Sammy and Leica. No, Gary cannot run over Micah with the van.
Okay, so I mean, just gonna very clearly say this: all of the Vandals beat all of the intruders. There is no maybe. All of the Vandals get weapons.
They got
They all
like,
have
so
like
many
straight up
upgrades.
fucking rocket launchers. Like
Might be
every
four.
single Vandal has a fucking weapon.
I mean, Grayson just has a net launcher.
That's
that's
better
still-
than anything other than the intruders have.
Yeah,
Again,
Micah came to
does-
the world with a fucking soccer ball.
I think the most that we have is Leon's RC car.
The most, yeah, because that can be used for
Perfect,
stuff.
they
And
can
then,
attach a
then
bomb
other than
to
that is
it.
the hobby horse. Like
Yeah.
a mundane stick with a plush head at the end of it versus explosives. Like I think the guys with the explosives probably win. Also, there's more of them.
Okay,
Does
now
Micah get a
Dragon Ninja
sword?
is saying that Micah gets Zubermon for fairness. I think we still sweep.
I think
ju-
there's that's RNG based, I would say.
Yeah.
Not to mention that Diogo has a tablet that he can draw anything on it and it becomes real. So
Yeah, not.
Okay, here's how I see that going down. Here's how I see that going down. Blake takes out the 8-ball. Oh, I don't know. What should I do? Shakes 8-ball. Answer comes up. Pray.
Actually, let me check.
Oh no! Let's see what the 8-ball says today.
It's the 8-ball says pick a god and pray. Huh.
Damn, I didn't realize it knew a fire emblem from that far back in the
Damn.
past.
I love this one answer that in chat that's like no weapon needed. I think ER solos.
I mean, we've seen ER is like impenetrable essentially. So like,
I
the
think
guy
Grayson
just
can throw
keeps
hands
getting
with
rolls
Blake.
he does not deserve.
oh goodness.
Are we able to win against
The
the
Vandals.
Vandals?
Come on, 8-ball. What do we got?
Okay, shake 8-ball.
Survey says.
It is decidedly so.
Oh, hey, the 8-ball's got faith. 8-ball has faith.
I want you to know that's Marine Devimon whispering lies.
I mean, you did leave the 8-ball in the dark ocean, so like, that thing is corrupted to hell.
P.S. Bring them to the dark ocean. I want their digivices.
Oh no.
Yeah, totally. You can, you can take the guy who throws exploding cards. Go for it. That guy just took a baseball bat from a manga, sure. And let's not even talk about the other guy with the exploding baseball bats. He'll be fine.
It's gonna be very funny later if the dark ocean ever gets brought up.
Oh
again
my
and you
god,
see
it doubled down.
It doubled down.
I decided to ask, are you sure? And it told me signs point to yes.
8-ball system, trust me, bro.
That
Source.
8-ball's very sure
See,
of itself.
this is why Blake left the 8-ball. It was not helpful.
It was not. That thing is a crutch.
Oh. Well, with that very obvious answer out of the way, we should keep on trucking.
Yeah, let's keep it moving along a little bit.
Yeah, let's see. What's another good one? From the group. That's okay. From Longcore, I'm so curious. What were all of your reaction as players to what Marine Devimon said to your characters when you were rolling grit checks in the Dark Ocean?
Oh boy.
Because he was mean.
He was real mean. He said some darn things, I swear.
Let's get us starting things off with green.
Yeah, what you got, Grim?
The question was what again?
What was your reaction to what Marine Devimon was saying to your characters when you were rolling grit checks? Like how he was, like for Leonidas, how he was like, "Oh, that's a strong name, wasted on one so weak."
That he was right on a lot of that, but
I was
like,
like,
also
damn.
wrong.
Real, but
Also-
also ow.
Yeah, I mean, Leon lost the role, I think, to that too. So he is also a character that will like apologize for things that he thinks are more over exaggerated than what the person actually said. So you know, even to strangers, he takes things, you know, to the fullest. And I think what Marine Devimon said kind of really did hit him in the gut and stuff, and only pulled through because of Kidonimon's, you know, the way he's always been supportive and all that to Leon, who's only known him for so long. So I think that really helped Leon get a hold of himself after hearing all that nasty doo-doo words that Brain said to him.
Nice.
How about we grab Weasel next?
Okay, so this is how my character felt, or how did I feel as a player?
You feel like you the player, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it says as
Yeah,
players.
when we got into the Dark Ocean, my immediate reaction was, no. Really? You're gonna put us here? Oh no! Oh god! Oh no! And then Blake got the worst grit check, especially because he has the lowest, the most pathetic grit possible, and it was like, oh no, this is gonna be funny.
I think Leon might... Wait, hold on. Let me double check because I think Leon had the lowest.
That's probably.
Oh no, it was tied. Both of you.
Yeah, I'm not
Did you both get
surprised.
No, they both had the lowest
stats values.
Oh, lowest stat
Yeah.
values, right?
Yeah, I remember I lowered the lowest.
Yeah, you rolled a nat 1. You were
Yup.
technically submerged. You are up to your waist. Here's the thing. I had a scale depending on where you would be up to your bodies, depending on where you rolled. I hadn't considered a nat 1, so it was like, fuck it, you're up to your waist.
Yup.
Get in the fucking water.
Get in the water, boy.
Get in the water.
Uh-oh. Hate that.
It doesn't help. It doesn't help that that's one of my favorite episodes of 02. So I was both
know,
happy
right?
and I was also like, "Fuck you."
Very real.
How about for Micah?
We just
Or for you, Chase?
When we're going through everything, I feel like off of the stuff that was said to Micah, it was a lot of like, okay, fair, okay, yup, real criticisms here. And then I kind of, as me, the player, had to figure out what Micah's response to that was gonna be, and I felt like, all right, it's gonna be off the fucking dice roll. Before I do anything, we're rolling dice, because Micah is definitely the kind of guy to be like, man, screw you. Like, I don't care what you gotta say. You can trash talk me all you want, but I'm swinging my sword at you. But I'm like, I can't just like decide that he feels that way. I'm gonna roll them dice. So I felt that the thing that was the most interesting part for me was after we did make the save and we were coming out of it, was the part where I believe Red narrated the part of like, you know, he said all these things about your parents, but like they were there for all the practices. They drove you to all the games. So like surely this is exaggerated at least. Like they must love you if they're going to all this trouble for you. And like they must share your interests somewhat if they're willing to do all that. I'm like, yeah, that's a nice spin on it. That worked really well. That was a nice way to phrase it. I was about that.
Yeah,
It's a good time.
I didn't want to devalue what you wrote for Micah.
Yeah.
So I actually pulled from my own experience with that, because our family are big jocks. Like my dad played for football going out of high school. Our mom was a cheerleader. Both of our sisters were varsity players in
they're the best players on their team.
Yeah, Storm and I weren't that. We were the nerds. So like there was a lot of like, oh, we're the black sheep. Oh no. But I was only able to get into a bridging because my mom busted her ass to help me get the physical hardware to rip my DVDs.
Also, for the first anime con we ever went to, our parents drove us.
Yeah, like they we're not like the athletes that us the rest of our family are, but they supported us, and it was like when we had that realization, like, oh, okay, That's kind of what I was trying to give
Yeah.
to Micah.
I also, just very last thing to piggyback off of before we keep moving on to other questions and other answers to this question, was I really like when characters turn out to be unreliable narrators. I'm about that. Gary was that way about his sister. For Henrietta, like it's actually not like what you think she is. You just don't know her that well. And like this is just your perception of things. And then similarly, it was that case for Micah of like, yeah, you think your parents feel this way about you, but like the facts say otherwise. Like you can feel whatever way you're gonna feel, but like at the end of the day, the facts don't say that. And I like that. I thought that was neat.
Yeah.
I'm here for that.
I'm always a little cautious about using players as unreliable narrators. Like in our home game, I don't know how that would work because they're not as seasoned role players as like you. I know you would be more easy to roll with that sort of thing. So I'm a bit more cautious when it comes to that.
Yeah, I think it also depends on the severity of the thing. On that,
Yeah.
like if you're gonna be like, oh yeah, your evil father backstory character who's the villain of the whole campaign, he's actually a good guy and everything that he did was justified, and it's like that's maybe not
That's
what
a
the
bit too
player
far.
had in mind. That's probably not going to be fun for them. So like you don't want to go that far, but like stuff that's fun, stuff that's like a good time to swap around.
Yeah, but it's like high
also
school,
like you definitely
there's
want to
such
like
death.
communicate clearly because you don't want to have those moments where it's like, oh yeah, then this happens and it turns out it really wasn't the case all along, it was this, and the player's like, no, it wasn't. It's like, yes it was. No, it wasn't.
Well, my
Yes,
backstory
it
is this,
was.
but I'm telling you this.
Yeah, I
Kinda
figured
like
this
one
was
of those.
innocent enough that
Yeah,
you'd
it
be
was
on the
fun.
same
It was
page.
fun to roll with the, oh yeah, my guy doesn't have a good perspective on things. That's neat. Good time.
Yes.
But yeah.
Wunderbar.
From there, that's two of us. We is you answered, right?
No,
Yes,
we
yeah,
answered
answered.
point already.
It
So,
is
Nick.
Nick.
Oh yeah.
This one? Yeah.
So I had two perceptions and whatnot when we got to doing the discussions with the Dark Ocean. First and foremost, the DM side of me being like, thank fucking God they didn't take what I was gonna do for campaign 2. Like, oh, bullet dodged. And I was like, man,
Cleans
that's
off-
what Red's doing? Cool. Go for it, man.
Cleans off sweat.
Nick wipes the sweat off his brow, then
Yeah.
proceeds to panic.
It's like, oh.
That's what we're actually about to deal
Exactly.
with.
The second thing, I mean, yeah, with like the breaking down Adam for the most part, I was just like, yeah, no, I built this man as like he's he comes across as like a bad kid, like at least on paper, according to like because I said that yeah, he's a kid that's like been through the foster system on a regular basis, that he can't lock a family down because they don't want to keep dealing with an unruly kid who can't get his shit together and doesn't follow directions. And he's like, okay, well, I'm doing what I think is, in general for the greater good, but sure, I guess I'm going to get punished for it because I beat up a guy who was picking on someone. So for him, it's like, yeah, no, he's been browbeaten more than enough times. And at the start of game, I had him as like, yeah, no, his whole thing right now is just keep your head down, finish your classes, like, don't be any more of a bother. Don't let this family be another one that turns you away and you have to start all over fucking again. So, hearing that from the Dark Ocean, I was just like, oh man, they really got my number on this one, didn't they? That said, narratively, fucking loved that Adam was the only one that passed that check and was just like, wow, that's the
was so
best you
annoyed.
could have fucking come up with, huh?
Good job hacking roll 20 for that, Red.
Yeah.
It was funny,
so
yeah, because
annoyed.
everybody else was like, man, like, these are... I'm pretty sure everyone else's grit is like a D8 at the most. And I made sure
Yeah.
Adam's was a D20, because for him, he's just like, yeah, no, I've got the mental fortitude. I've dealt with enough of this crap on a regular
The
basis.
DC was 10. I was like, he can't add tokens. He's literally got a 50-50 shot. Well, the odds he's going to pass.
Yep, I mean, in theory, I could have been an
shit.
asshole and been like, hey, I'm gonna make this an average roll and not fucking roll it at all. I'll just pass it
Oh, yeah, that's a
automatically.
thing.
Yeah, no, because everyone keeps
Oh,
forgetting
I
that's
thought-
a thing. Yeah, no, that's an
I-
ability.
But I keep forgetting. I thought that was tied to cool under pressure.
I mean, technically speaking, the way that works is like I think
Oh, you
cool
can
under
do
pressure
it
is like
instead.
ignoring fears, but
Mm.
or
So
it's a difference
totally
between like
forgot-
planned actions versus like snap decisions. which, to be fair, we don't really call them that in the way that we do things. We just say, hey, here's the roll. Go for it. And I should be better about that. But, no, for Adam in general, I was like, yeah, no, like, we should be rolling on this end of things. It makes sense. But, yeah, it was very, very nice to see that Adam kind of pulled through on that end. But I also understand from a DM perspective being just like, fuck, he passed.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, time to improv some shit with Marine Devimon.
Where Marine Devimon's like, oh, I can't drag him into the ocean. Well, he's still here, so.
I think Marine Devimon's whole thing was, oh, I can't get him yet.
Yeah, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
he's not falling
Like,
for it yet. Let's see
Yeah,
if we can break the
whole thing
walls
is,
down.
you were still under the effects of the Dark Ocean. You just didn't progress deeper into it.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, like, with my response in that end of things, I didn't think I was like, oh, I'd broken free of control. It was more just me being like,
Yeah.
okay, cool. Like, you're saying words. I've heard worse.
Yeah. Encore also asked essentially the same thing with, like, how do you feel when you saw the Dark Ocean itself being used? Which I think... I know
We
Weasel
covered a
and...
good chunk of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel
The
as though,
general
like, that's been...
consensus was, fuck.
Yep.
Fuck / yeah / oh boy. Both positive and negative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glad we got to
Oh,
finally
that's
use the
just
theme for it.
chases.
Also, before we get to the next thing here, there was another donation that came in.
I got
From Goldie Monkey, who has been recently
Goldie
joined
Monkey, you've been doing so much!
so many things.
Oh my goodness.
Donated $10.
You
and-
gave 100 subs
Yeah.
in this stream alone!
Correct.
My
Stop it.
guy!
Get some help.
They donated $10 and they said, "Hi Nick, would you give Gotsumon a new Mega or go with Ancient Volcanomon?" All right, I'm gonna pull the move that we pulled with the twins earlier for the most part. That's a spoiler, baby.
Yep.
So wait for that.
Tee-hee.
Eventually.
Tee-hee, parentheses, evil laughter ensues.
But yes, we'll get to that eventually.
We have a question from Jaguar96.
Yeah.
What have the intruders been up to all these years?
Yeah, living life, trying our best.
Not
wait,
remembering deck.
I forgot to say what Leica's answer to the Dark Ocean question.
Ah,
as well.
yes. What was that?
For the reaction of the Dark Ocean, what the fuck is the Dark Ocean? Are we cooked? And then to what Marine Devimon said to her, I was like, damn. But also, Sophie kind of deserves it. Get punked.
Zoe is very nice to her character, as you can see.
He's a fair and just arbiter.
Just saying, when you make a character who's a little bit of a butthole, sometimes you're rooting for their downfall.
A little bit,
Mother, why did you birth me like this? Mao, get wrecked.
Get back under the pile of trauma I gave you.
Ah, dang.
What is my purpose? Experience trauma.
Oh my god.
What was the one I just asked? I forget.
Oh,
That was what was our reaction to the Dark Ocean?
No, the
the next one.
what
what have we been up
have
to
your
in the
pu-
meantime?
Intruders been up
What
to?
have we been
all
up
these
to?
years?
Yeah.
I think we kind of covered most of that in the epilogues a little bit.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought that.
I feel like any more detail than that might be bordering on spoiler territory. If there's any
That's
like
fair.
small little fun
I get why
nuggets
they
you want to
asked.
chuck in just for fun, then like sure.
But how did Leon become a famous artist? But how did Michael
might
join the
surprise
fencing
you.
club?
Leon became a famous artist by making art.
Yeah.
What?
Oh my
Holy
God.
Fuck.
And with the vague recollection of
Spoiler.
memories, made his greatest piece of all time, which was what
Yeah.
was the name of it again, Grim?
The little green boy.
Little bit
Brave
more.
Green Boy, I think.
Thank you.
I'll be honest, when you said that during the epilogues portion, I actually was like on the verge of tears. I'm like, you fucking asshole.
What? I thought you were like semi kidding, like oh
No,
my
like
God.
for real, was like, how dare you?
How dare you make me bleed my own blood?
I'm like, I have to bite my lip to hold the noises back.
I
Oh
remember
my
you
God.
sent me you sent me that doc like the day of, and I
Yeah.
got to that. I was like, oh, that's so sweet. I'm going back to bed. My emotions.
I really appreciate that.
No, it was very good. It was very well written.
Thank you for your input.
Oh yeah,
let's
we'll
see.
leave that there
Yeah.
then if no one else has any other. little
Yeah,
bits
let's
of
do one
trivia
more
they
and then
want.
I gotta get going.
Okay,
So-
one more that I think Grim can sink his teeth in.
Spend your adversity tokens for once more.
Let's see.
Did you have fun?
No.
No. I did not.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Andy?
Is that really the question?
Throws in
yeah, I'm
trash.
just trying to find a good one.
I believe.
What about the one with the voices, Red?
Oh yeah, what was your favorite voice to do for the one arc?
Oh, was there also the trivia one? I don't know if
Yes,
Grim had
yes,
the
there's
trivia
that
one
too. No, I asked that one. If there was any interesting trivia you guys wanted to share about your characters.
Trivia. So I don't have my paper. Let me get my paper in front of me.
Do it. Fucking do it. I'll share my trivia while he's getting that because my trivia is very fast. Micah Iacity, the name, is an
Yes.
anagram of Taichi Kamiya.
I want to. When you told us that, I was like, "That is absolutely beautiful. It's perfect."
Everyone has been spelling Micah's name wrong, and I'm like, I get why. It was a stretch that it even came out like that. Like, normally his name wouldn't be spelled like that. Everyone's like, this is the first time I've ever seen this name spelled this way. I wonder why. And I'm like, hee hee.
I also want to say, when I told my sister that that's what your name was, she pretty much told me, like, what's wrong with Coffin?
Why'd he do that?
I have the
That
same
does
reaction,
not
like,
s-
what the fuck is that? How do you?
That does
why is
not
it spelled
sound like a real name.
Yes, it
because
does.
it isn't.
If you don't think about it, like Micah never does, then it will sound like a real name pretty fast.
I like the idea of Micah one day just taking Zubamon and just Tom Riddling his name in midair.
Oh my god. All along.
Then we see a window open up into another dimension, and we just see, oh man, why is that guy in politics?
Yep. Yep.
Because of the stupid like adventure ending.
Oh yeah, will he become the ambassador to the digital world?
Yeah, I planned on voicing Micah like I do for my impression of Buddy VA's Ty in our Digimon Adventure Abridged.
If we do script reads.
Whenever we do the cold reads to make sure the lines are working, I tend to voice Ty, and I tend to voice him in that way of how I voiced Micah, and I just made Micah very similar to Ty in attitude and personality, and it was a good time.
We never read for Ty because we enjoy yours too much.
The only person who can do Ty better than you, Chase, is Buddy, and that's why we casted him.
He's very good.
Correct.
The thing is, when we do script reads, everyone we will split up who's voicing whose partner. Like I will voice Tentomon and Storm will voice Izzy. Chase is the only one who doubles up. He is the only one who reads for Agumon and Tai. Partially because, as we saw in Intruder, I can't fucking do that voice.
These not for long periods.
I saw it off like as a solid B-, and I was like, oh, how am I getting worse? Oh god.
He's really trying.
Difficult
don't worry, you tried.
It slowly devolved into Dr. Girlfriend. I was so happy when I could switch back to the deep one voice.
There you go.
But Grim, do you have any trivia you want to share about
Yeah.
Leon?
I think I can share some trivia about like what Leon has done with like how he met other characters in the game, since I don't think a lot of
Not
that
a lot of
was
that came up,
really-
yeah.
Yeah. So just to kind of go off really quick, with Adam, Leon met Adam when Leon was trying to give an entrepreneur badge to a kid selling lemonade who was confused why Leon was trying to give it to him. Adam came in and put the pin on the kid and just walked away.
Oh, that Adam pinning things on people.
Yep.
That
Yeah,
rapscallion.
That's how the rumor started.
Put him in a new home.
From Micah, when he did this, he got a rubber. So Micah got a rubber frog I liked from a river water race. So
I'm pretty sure I gave you the frog.
Yeah, you gave me the frog. That's why I put the frog on the RC car for a second.
Also, I think Micah does not have the mental capacity to remember any of that. I think that was just so inconsequential to him. And in the same way that he just decided, this guy's the president of my fan club, zero thought process.
Oh,
he
here's
operates
one.
purely on instinct.
Leon watched Micah have a scream off against a rooster and passed out. Micah thinks he won.
It's true. Micah does think he won.
To this day.
For Sophie, it was that she asked Leon if he liked horses, and Leon said yes, and she jumped on him with so much energy. Her strong stare scares Leon. Leon became afraid of horses when Sophie's stories about horses and meeting them. So Leon's got a little more timid about horses and stuff than usual.
Very fair.
Which is why I don't think you see Leon ever kind of talking to Unipod.
I mean, I think there was once that we established he was afraid of Unipod.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that, up.
Sounds right.
No, there was twice. There was when he digivolved in the fight, and Leon was like, and then there was when Divertimento was like, "You kill the horse." It's like, no.
The last one with Blake was that okay, so Leon wanted to talk to Blake about frogs because Leon likes frogs, if you didn't already know from the last one. But Blake was awkward. It was Blake's awkwardness made Leon scared and think Blake didn't want to talk to him.
Unfortunately, Blake thought the same thing.
Oh, they don't want to talk to me. They're stonewalling me. It's just like, no, I just have social anxiety.
This guy trying to talk to me doesn't want to talk to me, guys.
I'm being too loud. Clearly, they're telling me to shut the fuck up.
I want to real quick
it,
before
yeah.
you go. How about we all share our Leon bonds if we have them ready?
Yeah. I think.
And then we can get going.
Yeah, yeah.
Grim
I'll
get
see if I
going
can
after that.
find Sophie's.
Yeah, let me see. So I have two. One is that Leon gave Micah a tiny trophy with the number 1 on it after he was the only one to score goals in a soccer game. Parentheses, because Micah would not let anyone else have the ball. This number 1 trophy has become a core element of his identity sense, and he always keeps it on him. He believes that Leon is the founder and head of the Micah Iacity fan club.
Perfect.
As Leon would just go around giving everybody trinkets, and Micah's like, wow, this guy recognizes my greatness. He gets it. So there's that, and then the other thing of it that I thought was really funny when we went through was Micah fully expected Leon to throw him a surprise birthday party, but it never came because Micah never communicated anything about it even once. Micah has held a small grudge against Leon ever since, demoting him to co-head of his fan club, despite it not existing and having no members.
Man,
I don't know why I remember
what a
that.
time.
It's a good time.
I think because of the way that I had Adam is that he didn't have a lot of interactions with most folks. Most of my bonds with people were very minimal. So the only thing I've got with Leon was that he makes quote achievement badges when he sees people do interesting things.
True. Objectively true.
Blake also didn't really know anyone from the crew before going into the server, so he knew Leon like from a distance, but he didn't, know him. And he kind of inspired to be kind of like Leon because Leon actually has the effort to go to people and talk with them. So in Blake's mind, he actually thought that Leon was kind of like a pretty social.
Cool.
Oh my god, he's so cool and sociable. Oh my god, he scared the fuck out of me.
A popular kid coming to talk to me? Oh no.
Leon, a hero. I thank you very much.
So yeah. Leon did once give a bracelet to Blake. But it was pink, and Blake was very confused of it and didn't know how to react, so he just kind of backed out.
Heck yeah. Red, did you ever crack into Sophie's sheet?
It's blank.
Oh.
It's blank. Oh no.
Ah, cool.
Dip and consequently fuck.
You see, Sophie called Leon something that we shouldn't say on stream, and that's how their relationship started.
I believe, if I remember correctly,
It was a different time, 2004.
she roped you both into being in her horse club. I
that
was
sounds right.
muted.
Oh, we kind of retconned that because I made it
No,
clear that we didn't know that.
Leon became the one in the horse club. You were brought in
Yeah.
after the.
Yeah,
you
this
guys
was
got together.
being roped into the horse club was extra funny because Leon was terrified of horses the entire time and didn't say anything about it.
Yep.
Yep.
I love that. I mean,
However,
let's
I
face
will
it,
say,
Leon
no, go
is
ahead.
the kind that would be too nervous to speak up.
Especially
will
around the horses.
Oh, yeah.
So listen,
I will say, if they had their memories back when they went back to the real world, Blake would have joined the club.
Like wholeheartedly.
Yes.
the funny thing is, I was listening to the last dive to get the answer to another question, and we made a comment like, yeah, using like this bonds and system was interesting. We might just make our own next time, just to be just to decide how we know each other, because this list was kind of limiting, and I went, oh no, I totally forgot we discussed that, and I made you guys go with that list again.
I don't know. I felt like this time in particular, at least from me, personal experience, it was kind of like, let's just roll and see if it comes up with something good, and if not, we'll figure out our own thing. Because, like, Micah and Blake was completely random.
Yep.
Like,
It
that
was
was a
very funny.
completely random roll. Like, it just, like, the bond / like, whatever was, why do you love this character? And I'm just like, Weasel, you okay with this? Double checking the vibes before I lean into this, but if we're down, then...
And I said, yes, go for it, go crazy.
We love
I love
unrequited
how
love.
it's
It's our
like-
favorite thing.
I remember because it was so funny. I read it out loud. It was like, Chase, what do you think of that? And you immediately just went, Blake, what do you think, my love?
Yeah, I wrote down in my notes, Blake, the majestic and gorgeous creature, is just outside my reach. I need to woo him with my heroic antics, and we'll ride off into the sunset together, preferably on that fucking stallion Dominus that betrayed me.
We'll get to Dominus.
We'll explain that later.
That
That
is
was a
like,
good time.
Dominus is like the third most frequently asked question here.
Good.
Mhm.
I can't wait for more.
Was there any
But in
other
the
ones?
meantime,
Yeah, I'm happy.
yeah, just double checking for
Yeah.
Grim stuff.
There's a bunch of other group questions, but nothing specifically.
I mean, if you could, Red, just mark off the group ones that Grim didn't get a chance to answer, because I got a pretty strong feeling that we'll be answering more questions on the fundraiser streams.
Very much
Just
so, yes.
because there's
Yeah.
going to be a lot of questions that we won't have a chance to get to.
Mhm.
That's
So
fair.
I think there's a very real chance that he could just have a good opportunity to answer them next time.
Totally fair.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you everyone for tuning in.
No, of course.
We
Yeah.
appreciate you all.
Okay.
Take care.
Glad you could join us, Grim.
Thanks for being here, Grimbles.
Yeah. And there he went.
I can't believe
Oh,
I'll
well,
miss him.
well, now I need to
Who
get
is that guy?
Well, now I need to get rid of him and whatnot on the stream. Goodbye, everybody. He's slowly disappearing. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He's gone. Whoa.
Wahoo!
I have all the power. He's been deleted.
There he is.
Oh
And
no.
with that, he's gone
Grimbo
forever.
in the ether.
He'll be back eventually.
And with that, he's gone forever.
Up next, for, this has been a question that several people asked.
Uh,
This was asked by.
Did we,
oh, go ahead.
not all of us answered the trivia question.
Oh, you're
true.
right. Absolutely.
That's very fair.
No, we're moving on. Fuck you.
How dare you?
I'm sorry. Go on.
It's fine. It's fine because it's also very quick for me. I want to say two trivias because they're both connected. Blake has 100% all the PlayStation Final Fantasy games.
Of course.
So Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9, and then he played Final Fantasy 10, which he also 100%ed. And also, kind of sort of connected, Blake's last name being Heartlock, is just Lockhart reversed. So, as in Tifa Lockhart
God
from
damn
Final
it.
Fantasy 7.
You're a man of culture.
You guys
Also,
can't.
Boy,
if
that sounded familiar.
as another thing, if you rearrange Blake's hair, it looks exactly like Tifa's.
God
Yeah,
damn.
we just don't have the same eye color.
You guys can't keep getting away with this. In campaign 2, I better not hear a fucking word about being like, actually, Nick, the reason behind the name isn't funny, haha.
I can't
reveal my character.
I might have to tell you
Sid.
some intentions I have for my characters.
You bastard.
I will unironically mention one small thing that I thought was neat. My character's I won't say the name, but Nick will know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
My character's last name is my mother's original mother's maiden name, because my mom was adopted. So that surname is a reference to that family. It's a good time.
It's a nice little homage.
Red,
Go for it.
I'm just gonna ask something really quick. When did the campaign take place? Like in terms of
2004.
month?
Oh,
I think we left that vague on purpose.
Yeah.
I intentionally was like, fuck, I don't know.
Okay, is it in the middle? Is it in beginning, middle, or end of the school year?
Yes.
Generally speaking, if it follows the American school year, it would have started around mid-fall.
Mid-fall.
So like around like September-ish, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Flash Fire. Yes, he also 100% attend too. I just want to know so it can coincide with when 10-2 came out in America.
Also, if it helps at all, this is also a world where the Y2K events actually happened. So who knows?
Yeah, you know,
Maybe
different
things
hiccups
just
and things like
happened out
that.
of order.
Yeah, some things
Also,
might have gotten out a little faster, some might have been a little more delayed.
I just
Don't
wanna
worry
say,
about it.
I
All it
saw
matters
this
that
very
yes,
funny-
Final Fantasy.
For fuck. I saw this very funny thing in the spoiler chat where someone pointed out that if you spell Micah's name in katakana, it comes out spelling Taichi.
God damn it.
Are you fucking for real?
Wow.
What?
Well, that works.
I suppose.
I don't know. Let me just double check what it said. Like, I don't know if they were joking or whatnot. I just love that I'm blindly trusting that.
But
I mean,
to
like,
be fair,
I think it's just a funny Tom Riddle thing.
Yeah.
personally.
don't
Yeah.
verify that at all.
Yeah, don't
You
don't
got
fact
it.
Let
check
us
that.
believe.
That's a nice argument there,
believe
Red.
it's
Why don't you
real.
back it up with a source?
Just believe it.
No.
Well, okay then.
My sources, I made it the fuck up.
Thank you, Weasel. I appreciate you finishing that quote.
Good job, Weasel.
Hell yeah.
Any other trivia we want to go into before we move on?
I guess in the sense for Adam, for the most part, I wanted to say that like his original parents, like before he eventually made his way into the foster system, things like that. I do want to say that they didn't like abandon him. I want to say that there was some freak accident when he was like very, very young. and there was just no one else around for that to happen. My guess is that his parents eloped, so there was no one really to connect on that end of things for like grandparents or aunts or anything like that. So yeah, he just happened to be a baby of circumstance, and then just kind of got tossed into the ring of into the washing machine that is the foster system.
Tragic.
Very, very sad for him, yes, but you know,
Yeah.
at the very least, it's not like a "hey, he got left on the side of the road" level of thing.
Oh, there is trivia for Leica. She wanted to mention that it was kind of mentioned in game, but Sophie's dad bought Amazon in 2004 when it was
Yes.
still just a small book company.
I wrote that lore for her. That was one of the
How do
things
you
that I
know?
rolled.
That was one of the random generated things.
Yep,
Yeah, I made that up for her.
it's pretty good.
It's
so
perfect.
I'll mention the rest of the little bits of trivia here that I have for everybody else.
That's why I
as
love
part of
this
that.
system of kids on bikes. You get to decide something that can become so radically silly about someone else's
Yep.
character.
Of course.
For sure.
And then it's
I
canon.
have,
It's locked in.
Yeah, I have Sophie's dad is crazy rich. Her dad just bought a small book website called Amazon. Then I have Micah attended a week-long equestrian boot camp alongside Sophie. He was led to believe this would build up to a jousting tournament. This never happened. There was never a jousting tournament.
Damn shame.
So he saw Sophie there and saw that she did a lot of volunteer work to feed and take care of the horses. So he figured that she knew which horse was the strongest and best. And he showed up and was like, hey, which one of these horses is going to be like the best, strongest horse? Because this is the one that I'm going to ride in the jousting tournament. And she saw he was a weirdo and led him towards a purebred stallion named Dominus, who was 9 feet tall at the shoulder. And this horse nearly killed Micah. Like any other human being subjected to the fucking pummeling that Micah received should have died under all normal circumstances. But Micah managed to survive against all odds. And in fact, mostly just shrugged it off. Like I think Leica described it as like he got bucked off of Dominus, then slammed against the ceiling of the building, and then trampled slightly. And Micah just like got up, dusted himself off. It kicked him out of the stable, and then dusted himself off again. And then he's like, dang, I'm gonna have to get that horse later. And just left the place. And by all means, he should have died. But he didn't.
Just imagining like cut to 5 minutes later, just being like, "Oh man, why does it feel like my legs are heavy? Oh man, that's a little rough."
I think
Fucking, it's the meme of like, you have any ibuprofen? I got a headache. Just missing half of his skull.
Oh no!
I like that we also conveniently answered a question from Joe to the Heavens asking, what was the Dominus incident?
Yep, that was it.
Yep. Also, ER wishes he was as durable as Micah is on paper. ER definitely has 100 more feats that make him more durable than Micah, like in the lore that we've added.
Yep.
But all of Micah's features, aside from like the like, you know, stuff to buff up Zubamon, is tough and fast healing.
Yep.
He just has everything to not die. I put everything on him to make him as tough as physically possible.
Oh, ER has fast healing too.
Very
Does he
true.
have tough?
No.
He did not have tough.
Exactly.
Micah
He
is
doesn't need it.
tougher than ER, confirmed.
Just on paper, Micah's got the stats to
He doesn't
back it
have
up,
the-
but ER has 100 more feats
Very true.
than Micah has.
He
in-
took
in
a hit from
lore.
like 3 megas.
Yeah,
Yep.
Micah never got hit by a mega. Never happened. There's like this is one of those things where it's
Ultimate, I
like
think.
power scaling
Or
can be a
champion.
nightmare sometimes.
It really is.
Because like you stack ER up against Micah, and a power scaler is gonna say, oh yeah, ER's like at least continental, like continent level. But no, that's, you know, it's a whole thing. But yeah, Micah's
Besides, they
stupid
wouldn't
fucking
fight.
tough.
They would combine their powers.
Very
It's
true.
sadly true. They would attack the world.
These
Beyond
two would get locked in a room together and be like, we're best friends.
Yeah, I feel like they actually wouldn't have a lot to talk about because I feel like they're not like talkers. I feel like they're doers. They're the friends who are friends because they do stuff together all the time and then like never talk about their lives at all.
Yeah.
I
It's
just
like
imagine
show up, do
walk-
a shared activity, go home.
Welcome home, y'all. How's Micah? He's great. What's he up to? I don't know.
stuff.
What you talking
I heard
about?
his sister.
don't
I
know.
heard his sister got married. What happened with that? He has a sister.
He's got one of those.
Hey, I heard his grandmother passed. How is he doing? Oh, we didn't talk about that.
Yeah, he didn't say anything.
I heard you guys went on vacation to Greece. What happened there? Bro, I have no idea. We took one selfie together and titled it Me as Fuck, and that's the only evidence we have that we went there.
It's like, well, when did you take the photo? Right before we got on the plane to leave to come back home because we realized, oh shit, if we don't take any pictures, there's no evidence we were ever here.
There's also a neon sign that was partially obscured, and it led to a funny word, so we took a picture in front of it laughing at it. And that is the full extent of the documentation of our trip.
Yep.
That's all we got.
I'm just imagining first content as being like, you have a skateboard? You know a skateboard? That's it.
Yep.
It just goes from there.
Yep, that's about it. That's everything. Beyond that, I want to share this other little bit of thing. I had Sophie is a bit too obsessed with horses. One time, Micah walked into the stables and saw her there on all fours with a glassy-eyed stare, chewing on some hay. She whinnied. This is also This is also right the moment before he asked her about Dominus. Like in the dead of night at this week-long equestrian camp, Micah sneaks out of the cabin, goes over to where the horses are to try to scope them out, and like Sophie's already in there taking care of the horses. Micah like peeks around the corner. She's in there horse splaying, and Micah sees her fucking whinny, and then like makes noise outside to announce himself that he's about to show up so that she's not caught in mid-act in her mind, and then walks in. It's like, walk a couple steps back, cough loudly, start stomping on the way towards the barn, and then she like dusts herself off.
Give her
It's
more
like,
than enough
"Hey,
opportunity.
Which one of these guys can I beat everybody in a fight with?
He went. He might know too much. Give him Dominus.
He might know too much. Give him
I gotta
that.
get rid of this guy.
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot about
Dragon
that.
is a
It's
specialist.
great. It's fucking. The thing is, we came up with this so far before we had the rest of her character figured out, and it's so funny after she became like the meanest character in the whole campaign
Yep.
that she just like a couple weeks before the adventure started, she's just like me. Oh, it's so fucking funny. I love
God
it.
damn it.
Obviously the Blake one of fucking again the Dominus reference of like we'll ride off into the sunset, preferably on Dominus.
Yep.
My negative thing that I had about Blake is far too shy, and his refusal to put himself out there is straight up maddening. Sophie's first memory of Micah is watching him nearly die. Everything about Micah scares Sophie. That's what I had down from her roles towards Micah.
Yep.
Also had Micah as the first person to talk to Blake with no malicious intent. I had Micah watch Adam beat the crap out of a bully that Micah didn't think he could beat, idolized him from afar, and wanted to learn more about him, but then never saw Adam again. He doesn't know who he is or where he went, but he wants to meet Adam one day. And this is like, again, very recently, and it just happened to be that Micah and Adam never shared classes or like schedules.
I mean,
So like,
yeah.
just watched this guy deck the shit out of a guy that Micah's like, I don't know that I could beat him in a fight, and then never saw him again. And it's just like, one day I will find that mysterious bully beater-upper, and I will shake his hand.
I'm just imagining like me walking, like I just Adam walking by the track while you guys are playing soccer, and you're just like so locked in. It's just like, huh, there's that weird kid. Anyway.
Yeah, Adam has in fact been there reputedly. They like
Like,
share
see-
2 classes together, and Micah has just been completely oblivious.
Just the real
To his
ADHD
friends.
brain.
It's literally right there, and Micah doesn't see him.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure Sophie in her notes had Adam listed as a ruffian.
That sounds right. That sounds completely
That
accurate.
sounds very in character.
Good heavens,
Yeah.
a ruffian!
A brigand
And then,
in
yeah,
the school.
The rest of my bonds and stuff with everybody are all repeats from what I've already said. So yeah, there's everything on my sheet.
Very fair. I think we're good to move on to the next
good.
of the questions that we got there.
Okay, this one should be fast.
Alrighty.
Dragon Ninja and the guy who asked, were Adam or Micah the teacher who interacted with Grayson at the start? What? How do Grayson and Micah feel about each other since since he would skip gym and fake his grades?
Oh,
boy.
we had to talk about this actually.
We did.
I said, hey guys, Adam went back to work at that school and worked specifically as like a counselor, like so for psych and things like that. So the first interaction that Grayson has in that schoolroom, essentially, I in my head I'm like, yeah, no, that's Adam being like, hey, like get to class.
Probably fair.
Yeah, it
Yes,
was
Mr.
Adam.
Bastion.
So yeah, sorry, Mr. Bastion. But yeah, as for Grayson and Micah, I'm sure that's a lovely time.
Jeez.
Micah might only know about Grayson on paper.
The one kid who
Like
keeps
he's
skipping my fucking
aware there's
class.
like he's the one guy stopping me from my fucking perfect attendance record. I've only heard about this kid. I like had to go into the system to check what his picture looked like so I could try to find him. There will be like periods where Micah's like stalking the halls and outside the area trying to be like, where the fuck is this kid? He's supposed to be in gym right now!
Grayson's in the fucking ceiling trying to hide.
Just imagining just like talking to the principal, just being like, can you please just put out a message and get him here to your office? It's just like,
It's
come on.
Micah
Make up a lie.
files a
Tell him his
report
mom
with the
died.
principal. Like files a report with the principal being like, this kid doesn't exist. You can't prove to me that this kid is real. There's no way. And then the principal's like, sir, this child has exemplary grades in every other class but yours. Do you care to explain yourself?
And respectfully, like he doesn't need to like get an A in your course to still graduate, and you're just like, that's
oh
not
no,
the
I'm
point!
not talking about a good grade or a bad grade. This kid does not exist, and you are pranking me. You
Where are the
pranking
cameras?
Me. Grayson McKnight is not real. You can't tell me he's real.
Oh, if Intruder 2 gets funded, Grayson needs to make a cameo. Fuck.
It's gonna be so good, just be like, hello guys, so I saw that you guys were a part of the adventure program, and you're just gonna be like, wait a minute, you!
Oh yeah, full 100%. When Grayson found out, like, okay, time to pursue this, and I try to make things right. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me!
Because I like to think EO was like,
Bastion,
yo,
he's
that's my
like-
favorite teacher.
Grayson's like, Bastion, yeah, he's one of my favorite teachers at school. Oh, he's gonna fucking kill me. Jeez, Micah's there, like, oh no.
He's like, thank God I'm behind a
He's
dodging
dodging
him.
Maybe I can get ER to break the news to him.
Oh, I think EO would have loved Micah's classes.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I love this. I love this so much.
Micah probably would have like tried to figure out something for ER to incorporate skateboarding into like part of the grade for him specifically, like tried to adapt the classes in phys ed towards his interests. Probably would have been something he was interested in, just because like Micah had a very focused attitude towards like physical activities. Like he did play soccer and he played, like, you know, he enjoyed fencing, but like overall Micah was kind of hyper focused, and I feel like he sees some of that in ER a little bit. Just like I can incorporate this kid's hyper focused into the class.
I feel as though they played dodgeball, and EO was the kind of kid that would accidentally do a flip in dodgeball.
That and also ER and Micah were both the guys who, when they threw the dodgeball, it stopped being spherical and looked more like a kidney bean, where it just gained a new shape midair, and every time that you hear it, it like echoes 4 or 5 times across the walls of the
It
gym.
whistled like those old Nerf footballs.
Yeah, there's kids having to go to the nurse's office for welts that they get on their body. After
The
being
audible
fucking
like
pelted.
ping, like when the ball
Yeah.
hits.
ER
Yep.
takes like 3 dodgeballs to the face, doesn't flinch.
Oh, like that kid from our class. Damn, he tanked that shit.
Yeah, he ate that shot. God damn.
Yeah, he walked it off too.
Goddamn champion.
Yeah. But yeah, that's that.
Yeah. That's
Did the Digimon partners remember before White Knight got involved? Spoilers. Moving on.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Terrio May, Dragon Ninja, and Randomon.
Rip
Not
her up.
Did the Storm, this one's for you.
Oh yeah.
Did any of the other Vandals become admins or just Grayson?
So my specific response to that is Grayson is words, please. As I recall with talks with Nick, Grayson isn't an actual admin. Like, he isn't really one. As far as I understand, Jordy can't just give out that title. So Grayson is either doing one of two things. He's using the name admin just as like a way to sort of jog everyone's memory, or he thinks it makes him sound cooler.
It's possible.
I'm betting on the second.
Yeah.
My assumption is that Grayson is essentially doing all of this from Jordy's like computer, like running the whole thing from there.
Yeah.
Jordy is just like, yeah, go. Oh yeah, go nuts, kid.
It's like signed Dr. Admin Grayson.
Yeah,
Like, hey,
Esquire.
Hey, Grayson, maybe roll it back a little bit with the names.
Yeah, you're right. Just admin White Knight. Yeah, you're right. The admin Stonehenge. Yeah, so cool. You can just call me Jordy.
I'm sure Jordy's just like, this kid wants to be impressive so bad.
You got it, fellow administrators.
Grayson,
I want to be you when I grow up.
Grayson, we help save the server together. We're friends. You can be a little bit less formal about it. God damn it. Holy hell.
Yeah, but Grayson
Jordy
is
is
an official admin.
Yeah, unfortunately, the admin status was gifted to them by the system, and the rulings on how it kind of worked was for everybody else that like bounced, they gave up that access because they're like, hey, yeah, like we need to be able to like maintain status in here. So everyone else kind of was just like, yeah, I don't see myself coming back to the digital world without like talking to the others. I don't need to be able to get in, get out on a regular basis. So yeah, that title was relinquished.
That being said, I definitely see Grayson trying to find a way to get access back.
Oh, most definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we didn't give Grayson full status because we're not going to contradict what Nick's put in lore, because we're not going to just give ourselves that gimme just because we have the reins for a little bit.
Yeah.
For DMs, what inspirations were there for the admins? Did you make up the admins, or was it Nick telling you what they were, and what's a collaborative?
It was very collaborative.
Yeah,
Very collaborative.
So I got Nick into a bunch of calls, asked him a shit ton of questions about their personality, what they were like the kind of things they were up to, and their designs. There's another question later in here about their designs specifically, but yeah, so Nick gave us their personality and kind of their vibe, like key colors, stuff like that. And I would go out and I would make reference sheets, like the kind of stuff we would send to Carlo, and I would show that to Nick first. And I think the only note you gave on the original ones was that King Maroon needed to have a bigger smirk, like a bigger smile, because I think...
Yeah, because you made him a little more serious than we had initially put in mind. I was like, no, this guy's like, he is definitely not like a...
Yeah, broken the bear.
Yeah.
Kind of energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, and then I kept Nick, by session 1, Nick already knew what all the admins looked like.
Yeah, so I had to hold my tongue on that end of things, so... And luckily, I as a player, I will say this, as someone who mostly DMs for the most part and gets the chance to be a player, I am always a big proponent of, hey, whatever the DMs want to accomplish, what can I do to make that happen? So I take metagaming in the sense of, hey, I know what's coming for the most part, what can I do to avoid it? I don't do that.
Now
Instead,
I'm
I
your
go,
accomplice.
Yeah, instead I'm like, hey, the DMs want to accomplish this. How do I make it go by faster and that much better?
I gotta say, on that same note, getting Coffin and Grim back for Balmon and Gigagermon was so cool, and having you, of course, reprise your role for Meteormon. There was like a brief conversation between Red and me about whether or not to have Nick come back as Andromon, but that was kind of one point where we were like, that might reveal too much. We don't want to reveal like everything, so for the sake of it, one of us was going to play Andromon just for the sake of keeping not ruining the full experience.
Yeah, no, and
As
that's
a
totally
matter
is
of
fine by me.
fact, that's actually also a question raised by Roncore. When did you realize you wanted to get everyone back from cameos for the old Digimon? And were we concerned about Nick potentially metagaming anything? No, I wasn't concerned. Because Nick had already expressed to me how he was like, I don't metagame. I was like, cool. And like I knew like I was going to get Stormback for Aldermon so we could have like a little thing there. And by the time we ended, he had already commissioned original art of Gotsumon and Hogumon's line just to have it for fun. And that's when I was like, oh hell yeah, let's get all of them involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was great and whatnot. And now we've got now we have Balmon with an Omnitrix. It's great.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, lightning Dragoff. Yes, it was Gorgemon. We see him briefly in the in session 5.
Towards the
after we
very
get
end,
back to
yeah.
learn all that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, before we get to the next question on things, we did get a tip in from Alec Reef. We love Alec. He's great. He helps to keep things in charge on the wiki. So, you know, which,
Yeah.
somebody hit the exclamation point wiki for the most part, and you guys can see all of the stuff that is going on there. Alec Reef does good work. Very, very good work. But he tossed a $5 at us and was said, it was already said that the abridged series was canon to Digi-Destiny, but how much of it was connected, or was it more just the narrator was there? So one, the narrator is just a great plot device for us, and gives Chase a reason to give us a nice, funny recap.
True.
But for two, the main concern was that like the original data of like the server is essentially a direct copy that has been edited more than enough times of File Island. Like that's the whole point of the server, is that it was meant to be like a full reference back to File Island. It's just things have been shifted around so differently over the years, because these kids have been messing with them. So that was the big pull. As for, you know, an existence of, like, you know, the adventure crew and all of them, like, I'm sure they're around. I don't know if they're in, like, this dimensional version of the world where the Y2K incident happened, but, you know, they're around. I'm sure they could occur at some point. I don't know if we're going to do it in-game, but they exist.
Just wait till
Also-
02 where we get to the worldwide Digivolution Digi-Destined arc, where we
Oh.
custom animate frames of our characters.
We're going to throw Kato Yu $1,000 and be like, make them animated.
Also, just want to
Tips are off
mention
you again.
Joe English's question real quick, because he's asked it in the chat a couple times. I just wanted to like get it knocked out.
Yeah.
Was you guys said that you realized something terrifying about the Digimon losing their memories? What was it? I'm pretty sure that's spoilers,
right.
but it might
Nick,
not
that
be.
thing we talked about.
Ah, yes. That thing.
So was that or was that not spoilers?
No, the thing that we were talking about was specifically the partners, what was done to them. Like the campaign 1 partners.
And also count the other people in the server, like Nick, how like in theory Digimon should have recognized a few people.
Yeah, Digimon in theory should have, because of like the way that things been going on. But again, the server continuously gets reset on a regular basis, and most likely what ends up happening is that any individuals that are involved in the adventure program, when they were happening, it was like, oh yeah, they'd get a debrief because they'd be directly involved in whatever adventure was happening. However, given everything that happened in like campaign 1 and with the last wipe on things, like it's terrible implications in the idea that 1, the memory wipe was done on the partners, which means they don't remember anything. But for 2, for CJ, he's like, oh yeah, I'm aware that like this exists and whatnot, and I know that you guys are supposed to be Digi-Destined, because he sees the partners who were previously involved in all this shit. Just new humans that he's never seen before. And as for, you know, dropping more lore drops, don't worry about that.
We're gonna go ahead and not worry about it.
It's gonna be fine. But the implication I know as well, at least with the adventure program, is, you know, hey, the sleeper agent Digi-Destined are tamers that exist out there. So that'll be fun to deal with eventually.
It'll be great.
You know, because of the implication.
The zombie Digi-Tamers.
Oh, no.
Apocalypse.
It just keeps
Rick,
happening.
can I, how about I answer this one question like in your logs? Just because pretty quick, and we've answered this one before.
Which one?
Storm and Red. What inspired you to have the main villain of the One Arc be the Dark Ocean?
Sure. I
Defiance?
just want. I just need to quickly finish answering my first question. They
Oh,
also
sorry. I
asked,
thought you had already done.
They also asked why I didn't give Floramon and Salamon a cameo.
Oh.
I fucked up. That's plain and simple. I fucked up.
I mean,
I was so
Yeah.
focused on the admins that I was like, yeah, they would be relevant enough to the story, and I was like, God damn it, I could have had Floramon in the forest with them. God damn it! But then that would have given Leica more to do when she was already learning 2 characters. I was almost tempted to kill Commandamon, and in his last moments, he de-digivolves, and you see that it's been Salamon all along. I was like, that's too mean and dark. It would also mean that they potentially couldn't come back for Intruder 2.
yeah.
So who knows what that might do.
Yeah.
So don't worry about that.
But yeah, I hope that if Intruder 2 gets funded, maybe I'll make amends for that.
Can I just say one thing? Only because it had something to do with what you said before about metagaming. I remembered how when we were talking, because I want to get clear some things before our game, and I remember because we already knew that our memories were gonna get wiped before the ending of the game, and I remember Red telling me straight up, "Please, at the end of the game, don't use intuitive."
Yeah.
And because then Blake is gonna know that they're gonna get their memory wiped, and that's gonna fuck up the whole thing. And I was like, I mean, I wasn't planning to regardless, for 2 reasons. First, it would ruin the game. Second, it would have not even crossed my mind.
One of those moments of like necessary metagaming where we know things have to go a certain way.
Yeah. Because I was like, listen, if you find out your memories are getting wiped, 2 things will then have to happen. Either we have to have like this big explosive confrontation, which at the time that the game was wrapping was like, fuck, we have to do this at midnight, goddamn.
Yeah, it was already rough.
Or Abby was gonna pick y'all up and toss your asses in. She was not gonna play games.
Just be like, yeah, I'm an MMA fighter. Like, not gonna. This is not up for debate.
Also, part of the objective was to make the Appins a little more likable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
Wiping the memories was not going to do any favors for that.
Definitely.
On top of a potential fight.
Definitely wasn't. And like, look, the thing is, I love the admins. They're fantastic. However, you also have to understand they were like young kids / young adults who were thrown like all of this responsibility. Their ability to handle it was not well done, and they did not have like a person to look up to as like, hey, what's the manual for doing this?
Yeah, they didn't have any mentors. They were figuring all this out on their own.
There's this like old saying that I'm probably gonna not get exactly right, but it's like, I study war so that my child can study politics so that their child can study art. It's like these things don't always lead to each other. Like, knowing how to win a fight doesn't mean that you're going to know how to rule a nation, and that doesn't mean that you're going to know how to make great things. And they got the qualifications to run this server because they saved the day through combat.
Yep.
That doesn't mean that they know how to properly run things and properly do things. They aren't exactly elected officials whose whole time is spent knowing how to properly serve everybody to the best of their ability.
Also, just as a reminder, they're barely older than you guys. They're barely older than the Intruders.
Yeah.
They're in their 20s. They're still basically kids.
They're still youngsters.
Horses watching dogs.
Exactly.
They are adults, but they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Basically,
You're children of adult. When you're in your 20s, you're not an adult.
They're almost, some of them almost might have a bachelor's degree. Jordy has a bachelor's degree right now and is trying to get a master's.
Yep.
That he's pretty fresh into this sort of situation.
Very much so, yes.
I'm double checking how many of them can. No.
How many of them can actually buy alcohol? Who spins self probably can't.
No.
Yeah, nope. There's a lot of them that can't.
In America.
Yeah,
in America, yes.
I don't have Simon and Jordy's and Yeeha's ages, but out of King Maroon, Spin Self, Devil Summer, and Dragon Abbey, only King Maroon's old enough to buy alcohol.
Yeah.
The rest are
and
underage.
and there it's at 21, right?
Yep, King Maroon was
Yes.
21. Spin Sylph was 18,
Spin Sylph is
so that's going to be a
19.
no. Devil Soma is 23, so he could.
I must have read that wrong.
Dragon Abbey's 20, so that's a no.
Just barely.
Yeehaw, I don't see where her age is on here. I think she's also
Yeah.
too young. And then Red Herring, I think, is also in that same bracket of, like, just
Yeah,
old enough.
I'm going to my script right now to actually find it.
Very fair.
How old is Yeehaw?
Yeehaw,
finding
I think she actually would be, fuck, I'm trying to recall here.
20.
Yeah, 20. So yeah, she's just just shy.
Oh
yeah,
my god.
that's all pretty great, but how old is Sophia?
God damn it.
It's just funny that like it is in these moments so you can really tell that I'm from a completely different country. All of them are legal enough to buy alcohol in my country. Like all of them.
For you,
So Simon and Jordy are both legal. Jordy's the oldest at 25.
Yes, very much so.
The one who is probably the most qualified was not fucking here.
Yeah, that's why this in particular, like, one, a bad incident occurred, and two, the team that was all supposed to be there to keep this in check was so fucking scattered. Like, yeah, they were like, we need to have a team meeting.
Because, like you said, a big component was that life was pulling them apart.
Very much so.
I wanted to demonstrate that.
Yeah, so that's the
Yeah, if
whole
all
thing
the
with that.
admins were able to be together, they would have squashed this issue.
Yeah, if the admins were here from the get-go, they would have been like, there's a problem. Everyone on it now.
Yeah.
Sick 'em.
Strap on.
the Frozen Isles probably could have been saved, but because
Probably could've.
they were so scattered, they were just, their priorities were shifting as they were getting older.
Which,
Now, Storm,
shame.
the thing you want to answer about like why we went with the Dark Ocean?
Yes, Defiance.
Excellent. Yes. Yep. My plans got derailed, and I was like, I don't know what to do, and Storm just went Dark Ocean. And it's one of our favorite plot threads that didn't get fully explored. So it was like, yeah, there's a complete fucking gray area space where we could do all sorts of options. Like the fact that they can disguise themselves as Digimon, we don't know that it's only Divermon gonna use that.
Yeah, they could be anything.
Yeah. We also, of course, we have this one question. They want to know, it's from Ponky Kong and Wyatt Lore.
Alrighty.
Who did all the intruders end up with? How many got married? They're specifically begging about Micah, but we're not going to answer that.
Teehee.
I assume we're going to put that all in the blanket statement of spoilers, but they do ask about, who got married. I think
Micah
Nick,
did.
What's
hey,
up?
Nick, do we want to tell the audience who in the admins actually got married?
Oh, we can tell them about the admins. Oh my god! Because their story's probably never going to come up again. Oh boy, howdy. So, going down the list on this end of things, in an alternate timeline, in a timeline where Red Herring actually didn't get corrupted by anything, was a good guy. Two changes. One, instead of being a businessman and whatnot, and going into his tech company like he did before, would have been a detective. Absolutely would have full on gone criminal law, and probably would have ended up with Lucia. That actually would have been a solid relationship. Lucia would have mellowed him the fuck out. He would have been like, yeah, maybe I'm too hard on people. That said, he at work is full on gumshoes, just on
Man.
point with it. But alas, unfortunate. So Lucia, unfortunately, she's still single and whatnot. And as for Jordy, he's still a bachelor out there. And he's just good friends with Lucia. There's no tension there between them. They are good friends and they're keeping it that way. As for Spin Sylph, so we I don't know if we kind of laid the threads a little bit into this for the most part, but Spin Sylph and Dragon Abbey, they're married to each other.
I saw some people were theorizing Is there a love triangle with King Maroon, Spin Sylph, and Red Herring? No. Dragon
No.
Abbey and Spin Sylph.
He motherfucking he, bitch.
Black Cat and Golden Retriever lesbians right here.
It's so good. It's incredible. I adore them. It's so good. Devin.
I have a very specific read on Dragon Abbey.
Yeah.
And this is only going to affect a very niche segment of our fan base, and people in the call might not even know what I'm talking about.
Fair.
But Dragon Abbey seems to me to be one of those hey mamas lesbians.
Yep.
If you've watched Kill la Kill,
Yep.
that's it.
Mm-hmm. That's the one.
Alec Reeve, I'm updating the wiki right now!
Damn it. As for Devin, good old Devil Soma, he actually did have a thing for Simon until he realized that avenue was not going to happen. So, as far as I'm aware, I think did we say that he was married? Or
I think he found a husband.
yeah, he found a husband, and
But just not anyone in the group.
yeah, not anyone within the group. He's a professional novelist these days. And as
I think
for
Harry's still single.
Harry, I believe is still single, and he's working in security. So
Yay.
he's a handsome boy now. he finally got his shit together.
No, I think I'm just seeing this comment in the chat. Was Harry gay? No, I think Devin was straight, and Devin was the one that was gay.
Yeah,
Devin's gay, Harry's straight.
correct. Yes, that we got there.
I like to think that because of Devin and Harry's rivalry, when they got the news about Simon being dead, that Harry was the one who delivered the news. It's like, I figured the news would come from someone you hate. Fuck you. Yeah. Want to get drinks? Sure. Thanks, buddy.
Yep. Literally just like, we should talk more.
Our talks are fun.
Our talks are fun.
I love our talks.
No, Dragon, to clarify, we said that Devin was into Simon.
Yeah, Devin was
Yeah,
into
yeah.
Simon. Unfortunately, that never panned out because, later, after the adventure and when they were doing the adventure program and whatnot, that's when Lucia and Simon kind of got together, and Devin was like, "Well, I'm not gonna muck that up. I'm gonna move on."
Can I just say that I feel like Devin and Simon would be one of those doomed pairings that bring out the worst in each other?
Oh, you're correct.
Oh, absolutely.
No, you're absolutely
I
correct.
feel like both of them would just be like, yes, we are objectively better than most people. Like, the two of us are objectively better than, 80% of people.
The
And
superiority
arguably
complex.
superior to the other 20% as well.
Yeah, the superiority complex would be far too high, and everyone else would need to sit them down for a intervention, which is not you guys don't need to break up, but you need to start being human, please.
I do think it would have been funny if Devin was getting Simon heavily into manga, so that they would have more to talk about that was less about shit talking other people.
Right. It's we need
Devin
to be.
learns how to code for computers, and Simon learns a fuck ton of shit about Naruto.
Yep.
Simon just becomes like Yagami. That's some good points.
I could have solved this case. I could have solved this case.
Like,
Fucking,
this
how
Elder
is
is
he
like-
getting away with this?
I
He's so
think
easy
that
to bait.
I think Simon would have detested Death Note.
Oh, he would have been
like,
what the fuck do you
This
mean?
makes a mockery of the entire profession of detectives. Where is the body of evidence? Where is anything to secure a fucking criminal suit on this guy? You have hunches and fucking divination on your side, L. That's not going to lock him behind bars.
I will
Simon,
say.
you don't understand. This is Japan. They have different laws. They have different requirements.
I don't care.
It doesn't matter that he's right. I'm always right, and some of the people still get away.
Exactly. I think I will say the one bit of trivia that I thought was very fun is that Simon, prior to all the corruption and whatnot, big fan of Columbo. Big fan of Columbo.
He would've-
Hell yeah.
I feel like he would do that in fights with Devin.
It would have
like-
just
like
like
at the
he's
end of
walking
the
away,
fight.
just goes, just one more thing.
Yeah, just he does look, this fight, it's petty, it's childish. You should have never started it. But one more thing before I go.
He's got the one last driving home point, and Devin's just like, you
Yeah.
bastard.
Both of them never let each other get the last word in. They're both so salty all the fucking time. Everyone
Harry's just
one
in the
last
corners.
thing each other.
Harry's just in the corners going, just Fuck!
You think that would resolve this?
That's just gonna be
They
more
can't decide
competition,
who's
guys.
the top and who's the bottom.
Literally just and they were both tops.
Oh, it's a very funny
And that's
ship.
how the sport of
Very
wrestling was
doomed.
invented.
And that's how that went. Oh no.
It's one of those things. Instead of like I can fix them, it's I can make them terrible.
Oh,
I don't want to fix them. I,
I
want to
don't
make
want
them
to
horrible.
fix him. I want him worse.
That's their specific ship.
Oh man. But yeah, no, that's where we're at on that end of things with them, and I'm so
Yeah.
glad we got to have a talk about that with me, Red and Storm, like for building all of that lore on things in post. I was
love
like,
that.
man, I don't know if this will ever come up, but
Yeah, it was one
My
of those things we were just in a call going over all the necessary bullet points, and,
And
then
then we
there was
just
just a
went off.
pause.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
love
pause,
my
like,
favorite thing was we were just talking, and at one point we're like, yeah, like, okay, yeah, Devin's gay. I can see that. Oh no, this is 2004.
yeah, I know he would have kept that shit locked for a little while, at least.
Yeah.
The rest of the team probably would have like known, but they're like,
Yeah.
hey, like you're our friend, we care you. And when that happened, that's when probably Abby and Spinsilf were a little like the about that. Like, wait a minute.
I don't think that's been so. I was like locked in on Devin and Abby from the word go,
Yep.
and she just never said anything
Probable.
because she just didn't assume it was a secret.
Yeah, she initially was just like, yeah, they're gonna get together. That'll
She's
be
that
great.
social butterfly that has high insights.
Oh yeah,
Very good.
very very.
Okay, but what about Harry? Harry's single right now.
Yeah, he's bacheloring it up just like Jordy is.
So, ladies, you know what to do.
So ladies, they are single and ready to meet.
Oh, it is.
And if Jordy, Harry, and Lucia are single into the 40s, they will hunt each other for sport.
Yep, that was the agreement. If we're all single by 40, let's all agree to hunt each other for sport.
Exactly. We have this one question. Is Dagomon the ruler of the Dark Ocean and Marine Devimon wants to take over, or does Dagomon not exist in this timeline? From Kuro. Yes, Dagomon exists and is the ruler of the Dark Ocean. It didn't feel right using such a monumental figure in Digimon lore when I knew this group wasn't gonna go mega. And in the dub of O2, the Deep Ones say that they are rebelling against their master. And as a kid, I always thought Marine Devimon would have been like a good choice to bring back Devimon. Like, I thought that he was from the Dark Ocean at first in that storyline in O2. So I just kind of Scorpion Rained it a little bit for my Power Ranger fans in the chat. It's like, this would make sense as a rival faction in the Dark Ocean, so maybe
Yeah.
we can play with that.
I mean, you always
And
love when
that's-
dark forces are like feuding with each other.
Exactly.
It's very funny
Because-
indeed.
Yeah. I didn't want to, decide. I didn't want to like dictate what an entire faction and like Nick could potentially have. I didn't know if Nick had plans, so I
I
didn't
do
want
now.
to decide.
Oh, hey, look, plans.
Look, they're just here. Nobody's using them.
Look, my rooster's coming to roost. We have this one question. So I hope that answers it. We have this one question from Dora the Explorer. Why am I in the scary dark void?
Don't worry about it.
Mientras in the agua.
You know, there's the horse is there, so enjoy that companion.
Peter.
Get in the
horse is-
water. Mientras in the agua.
I think I said that incorrectly, but whatever.
Probably. I can't fact
I
check
don't
you.
know,
I
sounds
only
right
know
to me.
French.
Classical Spanish is flawless.
I know
Yes.
Portuguese.
What?
It's close.
When were you gonna tell me?
You kept it the whole time?
He learned by watching you.
Ah, yes, my most kept secret.
The Portuguese
My
man knows
nationality.
Portuguese. What a nightmare. Who could have
You
seen
speak
this coming?
Portuguese. You and I are twins. Next thing you're going to tell me is Coffin Jockey's tall.
I didn't know that.
Only contextually.
Only a measly 7
Only until
feet.
Nick enters the room.
Yeah, I'm like, hey guys, and he's like, damn it.
Chase, what is
There's no
what is
room
like
in this world for
like
dreamers anymore.
This is a quick one we can answer. For Red and Storm, if you two were players in the one arc, what partners would you have chosen from a potted plant? Well, potted plant, I'm so glad you gained sentient stats this question. I would have picked Armadillomon. Looks over empty chair where Zoe should be sitting.
Armadillomon.
I think I would have just picked Lugamon because he's a
fun.
new Digimon that I really like.
Dog, bark.
Yeah, he's Doggo, and he is Doggo.
He also naturally
That is
carries
all.
the X antibody.
True. But also, the Fenrir Lugamon is just fucking epic.
Yes.
True.
Very true.
I think
Yep.
We could have
I think I
technically
would've
got
had-
Fenrir, Lugamon, Kaze Mikazuchi. The only difference is that instead of Kaze Mikazuchi, it's just Dudamon.
I think I would have probably had Armadillomon go and Kilamon, and then to maybe try Saramon. Maybe play more with the Dano line.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That'd be fun.
Let's see. What's this one doesn't have a name, but fan theory. We'll see Hyangemon again after he survives the void of and death digivolves to Chaos Dramon, and Marine Devimon becomes Leviamon. But now my question: why no Dagamon? I already answered this, but I wanted to. I would still want to read that just because I thought that was very funny.
Very funny, yes.
Beautiful.
It's a very good time.
Let's see. We've asked a bunch of DM ones. Let's get one for the group. What is a full list of shit Caramon ate from Victory? I don't know.
I've got the list. I've got the list as best
Oh,
I
excellent.
as best as I could keep track of it. So
60 donuts.
let's see. I've got it written right down here. So we've got no, I wrote it down in Caramon sheet, I believe. Yep, there we go. The food that I put food in quotation marks that was eaten. A stapler, the digital watch, Adam's hand, which he nibbled on. The compass, the red Vegemon gumbo, which included a calculator, an Alrunmon ground meat, a dice set, some Yu-Gi-Oh cards, which included Crimson Ninja and Celtic Guardian, some ground shrimp, some Roccos, and the faculty ID of one Jim Morales. 2 sugar cubes, a Commodore 64, which was formerly the property of Harry King. The video game Zack McCracken and the Alien Invaders. A rabbit squeaky toy, a water bowl, a no running sign, but specifically just the no portion. Dipenmon's foot, 2 lab coats, the Agumon chip, the tools in the lab, which include a taste of pain and echoes of Digimon in the past.
I forgot you ate that.
The iPod Mini from Harry King, and then all of those donuts.
Very good.
Oh, also one singular like lug nut, which he thought was a donut.
That sounds right too.
Yep, that's as complete a list as I can give you. If there's more that I missed, that's feel free to note it. But I did my best to keep track of damn near everything.
Chase, I have a fun question for you, actually.
Oh boy.
Anonymous, so I don't know who posted this. Why didn't Michael wield Duramon in the finale?
Too short, too big for he got dang hand.
Of, someone not knowing the scale of certain Digimon.
I wish we could properly show this because good God, these are some big fucking boys.
Hold on.
But there is a site you can go to, and you can type in certain Digimon, and it will show you how tall they are.
It gives them a size meter. So
Let me,
Yeah,
let me see very quickly how tall is Duramon.
But
Pretty
Chase, why?
honkin' big. I remember
didn't-
that.
Why didn't Michael
me
just
see.
give it the gold college try? Wasn't it?
Okay,
Stu?
so if we're counting the tip of the sword on his head, he is almost 10 feet tall.
yep, that'll do it.
If he transforms into a sword, he might be small.
Nah, only 8. It's fine.
He is only a 10-foot tall sword, beating Cloudstrife's sword in size. But Micah would not know that because he would consider Cloudstrife to be nerd shit. And thus limit himself in the amount of cool things that he could recreate. But yeah, his sword too big for he got dang hand is the
So,
answer.
yeah.
Big.
That's why we had to give Duromon over to any other Digimon to be able to wield.
Yeah, we decided that Zubamon was an appropriate size to wield, but that was on the edge of where a normal human could feasibly wield a sword. And as soon as he hit Zuba Eagermon, that was no longer part of the equation. Zuba Eagermon was too big, Duromon was too big. These boys are too dang big for a regular teenager to wield.
Also,
So
I
that
do
was
love
basically
that
what-
every single partner got to wield Duromon in some shape.
Yeah, that was really fun.
Yeah.
I'm glad we were able to
Yeah,
do that.
that was great. I was actually hoping that would happen.
Mm-hmm.
Just watch. Intruder Van Hindle crossover, Golden Rapidmon, and Durhamon. Gold on gold.
That would be incredible, actually.
This might be a quick question. We'll see. This might be spoilers. It might not. But Lightning Dragoff has been asking in chat, were the original admins told about what happened to their partners in Campaign 1?
Yeah, Jordy would have absolutely like brought up that information to like the rest of them, especially, you know, with Simon not being around anymore. So
Yeah.
definitely would have at least been like, hey guys, so some news. Most of it
Good
not
news.
great.
All
So
of your
good news
best
and-
friends have forgotten you.
That's
So
the
guys,
good news.
good news.
That's the
good-
start. It goes on.
So guys, good news, bad news, worst news, and it gets worse from there. We'll start with Simon's dead, Harry in the corner. Okay, so
I
what's
thought you
the
said this was bad news.
I thought you said yeah, so when do we get to the bad news? God damn it.
And is the server okay? We'll get to that.
Yeah, about that.
Said that.
At least the purge program didn't break free.
About that.
Yeah, it's a dragon.
Yeah, about
It
that.
became a dragon. The fuck do you mean
Why
it
is it a
became
dragon now?
I
Guys,
regret
don't
to
worry.
inform you this all took place in the course of an afternoon.
Guys,
Over
don't
the
worry.
course of 3
Gi-
days.
Guys, so I have a plan. Gigajimon can take it. About that.
About that.
Don't tell me my boys have been egged.
Well,
Kinda
I
worse.
won't tell you.
I won't tell you that.
Try to guess.
Hey, so remember what we did to all those kids in the during the adventure program? No.
Yeah, that was funny. Wait.
Wait a minute.
This
Hold on,
karma.
is this what we've been doing to people?
Oh God, we're monsters.
Spin Self would have cried so bad.
Oh, she would have been
Oh
in fucking
god, you've
tears.
been devastated.
Aside from the fact that
Your
like,
best friend is now a criminal.
It's like, what do you mean? He was such a good boy.
He was the
He followed the rules. He cared for
Yeah,
his
I'm-
sister.
He was
Quite
a
sorry to
sweetheart. What
inform
happened?
you. Life of crime.
It's like, honey, what happened?
I love watching chat's reaction to until I'm like, oh gee willikers. Don't worry, I gave these guys a good whacking.
Which is
And then
wha-
Mamemon shows up. Oh fuck off.
I
little bit in there.
I adore that this was made forever ago. The artwork of Antilamon and Rapidmon,
Please,
where Antilamon's just
just
like, man, this
say
really.
fuck.
It's like, yeah, this really
Just
ruffles my
like you-
jimmies. It's like, just say fuck. It's okay.
Lamau, no. How about Lamau, no?
Yeah, no, it's great. So, you know, Spin Sylph would absolutely just be like, damn near inconsolable. And Dragon
What
Abbey's
happened
just
to my
like,
poor boy?
all right, cool. Do I have to beat anybody up? Well, that's the thing. It's been resolved, but like,
You get
Oh,
okay,
great,
fine,
so
you
all of
get-
our friends remember us again.
no, well, about that.
Well, you, at the very least, you better get Simon over here so I can kick the shit out of him. for this.
About that.
So good news.
So good news.
Friends, you say.
Good news, everyone!
He has a pile of like bad news, good news, takes a note from the bad news pile, moves it to good news. Yeah, just tell me the Balmon isn't still being like all edgelord. Tell me that Impmon is still like, yeah, actually remembers the lessons he learned about strength not being everything.
He got there eventually.
I mean,
What
yeah,
do you mean he's back to
eventually.
square one?
Well, I mean, he started at square one, but
What if I told you they got dumber?
okay.
Hold on, hold on.
That's
That was only purely theoretical.
hold on.
Yeah, now it's factual.
What do you mean Monojumon's scared of elevators?
What do you mean?
Is Marjumon? Hold on, wait. Is Marjumon at least still a badass?
What
do you mean he's a Power Ranger?
do you mean he's a hero of the people?
Ah, lame.
What happened to my
What the
dragon's
fuck?
guts?
What do you mean he
That's
got
the
over his
only
anger
thing.
issues? Anger makes you stronger. It's like
It's not
Of-
an issue.
Of
Also,
all of
I
the
love-
stuff, I feel like Abby would probably have some of the most fun with her new version of her partner because she could finally teach the Digimon how to physically fight.
be like, hey,
Like,
yeah, here's my
Digerdramon
combat
would just
techniques.
rage
Yeah.
and like attack everything. Abby can finally be like, all right, so you start with the choke slam. Start with the choke slam.
He's-
Interesting.
Starting that
Goes
way,
places
eh?
from there, you say?
Okay.
And there's
Remind
more
me
to
of-
this combo.
Hold on, I
You're
can
a-
spar with this guy now. This is actually
Okay, guys. First, you look at your enemy, and then you discombobulate, and then you look at at their knees, discombobulate.
I love this comment. I love this comment from Mine and Adventurer. Good news, everyone! I have terrible news.
Good news, everyone. I have
idea.
terrible news.
I love the idea that Devin is like, oh my god, Balmon was so cool. Whoever he is now, probably just as cool, if not, and then sees Beelzemon. And
We'll always love you. It's like you never left, my boy.
Balmon was so badass, sees Umbermon walk in and starts hearing circus music. This better be fixed. And
What
then
do you
because
mean
Balmon,
there's a
we got there.
What do you mean there's a flower and a dog now? I'm pretty sure on
They
chat
were-
as
what the
well.
fuck were you doing during all this?
I'm
About
just imagining that phrased in the same way as everything else. All right, but there better not be a flower and a dog now. About that.
It's like,
I
well,
was just
it's like,
imagining-
well, hold on, Jordy, your partner never got taken, and Simon obviously wasn't involved, so who replaced you guys in the grand scheme of things? Swear to God, if it was a fucking dog and a flower.
About
Well,
that.
So about, like, Spin Silver's like, it's always a dog and a flower every time.
Every fucking time, man.
I don't know why
Thank
I'm just
goodness
imagining.
your partner was okay and didn't get hurt, Jordy.
I'm just imagining Dragon Abbey looking
Yeah,
at Salomon,
about
looking at
that.
Salomon and Floramon being like, "Who the fuck are these two? What is this shit?"
Who are these guys? We've never
cured cancer.
What do you mean they cured
I'm-
digital cancer?
And now there's a bald child here. I'm sorry, balding child here with a 5 head.
Shouting out Island of Dragons, that was them.
God damn. Holy hell.
Also, we have this one question of what would be the dark evolutions for the intruders if they never left the Dark Ocean?
Oh.
Jess,
Oh.
as a point of order, conventional emphasis on that Digivolution can't happen in the Dark Ocean. That's where the spires came from O2. But let's explore that Dark Digivolution idea.
Do we want to put that with the spoiler flag on it, perhaps, or do we want to?
I mean, I don't know if it'll be. I don't know if it'll apply to the intruders at the very least, but I do know that some things have come across my desk that have made that an interesting idea to potentially explore.
Teehee.
Smooth.
Don't look at my Twitter. Don't look at my Twitter. It's fine.
Stay out of my Twitter.
Stay away from my Twitter.
Right
It's
now,
fine.
on the case.
If you follow me, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, then ignore it.
At first, I actually thought it was going to be a hard question for me, but I actually have an idea.
Oh.
What's up?
Oh, so you want me to actually say what?
Yeah,
probably
is this one that we're comfortable actually talking about? What do we think, guys?
Oh, for the intruders specifically?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, we
Because I think this is intruder specific.
Yeah, if it's just
Yeah,
intruder specific, I think.
Yeah,
it's
we can still go on that
fine.
into things.
And the first thing that came into my mind was Kalimarimon.
Ooh,
Yeah, that's
mean-
fun. That's very fair. Yeah,
Very fun.
I mean, I think it's the one that makes the most sense.
it really do. Yeah. Fuck. I'm trying to think for. on my end of things. I might need to start digging. Give me a minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna straight up tell you, Nick, it's gonna be hard because unfortunately Karamad is already pretty evil coded, unfortunately.
Armageddon.
Yep, just straight up.
Micah's-
Go,
Here we go.
go down the
Micah's
line.
Dark Digivolution is Raiju Ludomon.
He becomes a shield.
safe. We have to stay safe, Micah.
We can never attack, only defend.
Micah, this is not a time for us to attack. We need to defend.
Micah, it's dangerous. We should retreat.
Zubamon, Dark Digivolved.
I love it. Zubamon, Dark Digivolved too. Why'd you loot him? We must be safe. We must.
Actually, I need to look how he
Become
looks.
super calm.
I need to see how he looks, actually.
This is quite a small to bother. Quite a small to bother we found ourselves in today, chaps. How about we turtle up our defenses? Nothing a little tucking in can't change. I'll just tuck in for the night.
I just looked up another Digimon that has the unidentified type and is considered ultimate category. I don't know how well this works, but I think it fits the bill of a sense. Gravimon?
That's fun.
That could
I
be-
guess.
From
Yeah,
Crossbones,
I guess
yeah.
it makes sense.
Also,
It
has the
in,
cables.
2020.
No,
It's a good time.
I think he appeared recently as well, but the first time he
Yeah.
appeared was in Cross Wars.
He
Let me
appeared in
check.
2020 in a TK
Gravimon.
Focus episode.
hold on. There's another Digimon that I think might.
Yeah, he appeared in Adventure :
2020, yeah.
Yeah.
Adventure 2020.
Well, you know, I literally just looked up like what unidentified Digimon still exist that aren't like Mega or beyond, and Apoclymon was in the list, and I'm like, well, can't choose that.
Oopsies.
Arcadiamon might.
Yeah, no, something.
From Haku's Memory.
Yeah, Arcadiamon would technically work if you did like the.
That would be
Arcadiamon
like the
Ultimate.
pinnacle of like Dark Digivolution.
Yeah, a little bit.
Let me look at
Well,
the
Arcadiamon has like different levels, like Arcadiamon Rookie,
yeah.
Arcadiamon Champion.
That's fair. There's also, I mean, I was looking on the list, and again, like I said, most of them are all Megas or Dynamon's in this fucking list.
Let's see, what would be a good one for Unimon? What's an Eve? Oh, but Armamon maybe. Let's see. Hold on. Digimon, Horse Digimon.
Horse.
Oh, wait, Indramon.
Indramon.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
wasn't that the face claim he
Yeah.
used for Dominus?
It
Yeah.
was.
Oh yeah, Indramon would work great.
It would make perfect sense.
Absolutely would.
And good old Daramon did it.
Yeah,
We
I
got
used
there,
that
boy.
as. I used
What
that as
if-
like a. Haha, evil Dominus image.
Hear me out. If we were to go that route, what if we custom a Doki Evo from Carlo and named it Dominusmon?
Dominus.
Yes.
I'll be right back.
That's totally fair.
I remember you.
It's hard to say what we would do for a dark. For Dark Xingtianmon.
I mean, technically speaking, we could do.
Titanmon.
I mean, Titanmon is a Mega, I believe.
It is.
I think. Where does Neo Devimon fall under the list?
Oh, that's
Let me check. Neo Devimon.
Yeah, Neo Devimon's.
I believe Neo Devimon
That's
is indeed
ultimate.
an ultimate.
Yeah, I mean that technically would have
Yep.
worked because of
It's
the.
a mask.
Yeah, it's a masked guy. It's got all the. It's a reverse Angemon.
There we go.
We did
Yeah,
it.
there you go.
We got there, everybody.
Good job.
We cracked the case. Simon would be
Uh,
proud, unfortunately.
Well, look, man. Here's the thing. I understand that I built Simon to be a totally unlikable villain, and I'm aware of that. But part of me is like, he's still a character I care about, man. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
and he's
still
also
invested.
tech.
Oh no, I
He's
get
also-
that.
And he's
Obviously.
also a victim.
Yeah, he's also. Which unfortunately he will not be remembered as such.
Yeah, because unfortunately, unless Grayson and Jordy find like the logs in more detail, they're not gonna know that he wasn't in his right mind.
Exactly.
That in an RPG is like the optional items that you go out of your way.
Yeah,
to
like
find.
the deep lore.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, I would love to find all these lore items, but I have a main quest to finish.
Other possible pitch for Kid Onimon Dark Evo is Manticoremon.
Ooh, that'll do it. Yeah.
Another masked Digimon.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Actually,
that one's fun.
So we got another very fun comment here from Umbra Wood.
Alrighty.
Did you plan for all of Micah's glowing to be backed up with the dice rolls? Or is that something that just happened? Nope! I wish I could hack Roll20 to make that happen, but trust me, no. He shouldn't be getting away with it!
So,
he has a curse! Weasel counteracted the curse! Turns out Weasel is just as dangerous as fucking Leica. I did not prepare for him!
Yeah.
Here's the thing about my rolls from the little that I've played D&D. I either only roll high or I only roll low. There is no in between.
T motherfucking he.
Let's
I
go,
love that
boys.
there was a brief time where I was like, wow, Grayson has the highest explosion score. I feel good about that. Hell yeah. And then Sammy joins the chat.
And then along came Zeus.
And then along came Zeus.
And she blew my score out of a goddamn water.
Just like in lore with his high scoring games.
Yeah, me just being like, oh man, I wonder when we're gonna get to the first like actual true ultimate or whatever. Sammy throwing a 72 at me. Well, I guess now I don't have to start fucking wondering.
Good news! You no longer have to guess where your god is.
This is right.
It was right here all along.
So yeah, no, none of that was planned to be backed up. That was all supposed. I'm not gonna say it was supposed to be bravado. It's like, hey, if the dice roll, the dice roll.
Shit just worked out.
Yeah, exactly.
Hell yeah.
We got question for the DMs, so
Oh,
I'm
boy.
going to assume that was in Nick as well.
Oh, I want to piggyback off of that for 1 second.
Yes.
Would you say that I've taken damage?
How weird. I can see Red's like forehead vein throbbing right now. Weird.
I had to go on a journey.
Oh man, I wonder how that feels. Looks at every riposte option that ever happened.
We gotta stop him.
Anyway,
We
that
have to
guy's a-
fucking stop him, man.
That guy's attacking Zudomon now?
I'm sorry, what?
I don't know what
That
you're talking
guy-
about, Nick. Anyway, that guy's attacking Zudomon now?
God damn it.
Also, it's swinging with like a fucking 50. Good
luck.
luck.
Have fun.
That's gonna have to be in someone's short. Just a combination of like, did I take damage? Did I take damage? Did I take damage? Did I?
What you say?
And we just see Red's icon slowly like getting more like a filter of red and steam coming out.
It's just
gonna
keep
end
hearing
with
like
me-
the steam get louder.
It's gonna end with me, live action footage me, arriving at Chase's place, kicking open the door, shooting him 12 times in the chest, and then cutting to a prosecutor's go, and you uploaded the evidence. Yes, I did!
Yes, I did.
Listen, say what you will about this plan, but at least I get to hang out with Red for a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, before he kills you.
Look forward to when we start doing any live action bits for Digimon Abridged.
Actually, I'm just imagining you finishing the short with you know that clip of Big Bird kicking in the door. And it's just you just Photoshop your head on top of Big Bird.
God damn it. So the question for the DMs.
If the admins, vandals, and intruders met in the 2020s, how would that meeting go?
Well, I suppose we might have some inkling of that come Intruder 2, so spoilers.
Maybe.
Yep.
Could be interesting.
Tee-hee.
I mean, I like to imagine. I'm gonna just say that I'd like to imagine the vandals would play mediator, because you know,
Yeah.
they at least the vandals had context. For,
Very much so.
I mean, they saw Megidramon. They know, like, oh,
Like, yeah, there's a reason.
We don't agree
I can
with you,
kind
but
of
we
see
get
why they
it.
wouldn't want people finding this.
Like, we don't agree with your methods, but only how do we get it? You okay?
Yeah, no, just wrong pipe. Okay.
Oof. Other
Survive.
question I see from the chat. Any plans to include Gilmon or its other forms? I know you used Megidramon in the final boss for campaign 1. Spoilers.
Yeah, spoilers.
Those are gonna be the easiest questions to answer.
Yeah, it's so easy when we just get to be like, shush now.
I do just want to say, I do like the idea of blatantly being able to use certain forms without the tie to certain aspects of lore, like for example, just using Megidramon without needing to worry about the Gearmon line in its entirety.
Yeah, no, I was
But
just like,
that's
yeah, I'm
just-
just gonna be a menace, and here you go.
Yeah, I just being able to go like, and here's Ragemon as a NPC. What does that say about the Digi friendship? I don't know. I just wanted to use him. He's cool.
He's just here and he's neat.
We didn't ask why Nohimon and where Nohimon came from in the Sammy one
Exactly.
shot.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Nohimon simply was.
Sometimes
Nick
you
was
want
just
your own thing.
Nick was like Marge Simpson holding the potato. I just think he's neat.
It also doesn't help with the Wizard of Oz allegations. It really fucking didn't.
So we have one here that's Tourette and Storm. If you guys from Dust Twilight Fang, if you guys could pick one of the 4 admins you played to be player characters, which would you pick and why? I think I'd pick King of Maroon because his voice is close to a voice I loved doing in a Rama 1 half a bridge that we did, and I love his confidence.
He's great. We love Red
Mhm.
and Red.
So I was
That too, come on.
as much fun as Devin Soma was. I mean, she has Terriermon as her partner, and she was so much fun, bubbly. It's been so just a lot of fun as a character just to inhabit for a little bit.
Oh, weird. The first 2 admins that were introduced in the one arc are the ones you guys would lock in on already.
Not intentional.
No, it was intentional. Like, I was
No,
practicing
right.
with voices, I was like, I am going to start with you.
Oh boy.
Chuckles, I'm in danger.
Very real. Should probably get like 1 or 2 more questions in and then wrap, because I think probably
We are
11
approaching the
EST
4-hour
is a good
mark.
spot to be at.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm going to...
4 hours is probably a good stopping.
This is a quick one. Can Nick say Nickmon Digivolve to Diemmon?
Oh no. Oh no.
I think he could.
I can. I'm scared that it's another fucking Alec Reef thing being thrown at me. So I'm terrible.
There's
You know
no
what? Fair
name
enough.
attached to this.
You know,
Dude,
fair,
the
yeah, fair
quick-
enough. Fair enough. All right, we'll do our best.
Nickmon, Digivolve 2?
DM on.
He said the line! He said the line, guys!
He said anything.
Look, Alec. After all of the times that you've thrown this shit at me from campaign 1, I had to be sure. I had to be sure.
Nick, I want you to know I was in spoiler chat while you were saying that, and I was like, okay, in case anyone does anything, I'm here. Immediately drag and dropped like the size comparison of Megidramon, and I thought that was something related to
God.
this.
Man, we love getting heart attacks on stream, everybody. It's my favorite pastime.
It's just so fun.
I'm trying to find a few good ones to potentially end off the night. I'm going to do a few rapid fire quick ones. What is Maggie from Green Ninja? What is Maggiemon's in training form? Catmon.
Yeah.
You can see him in the art roll.
He shows up
see.
sometimes.
He's around.
He's a little Botamon looking thing with a wizard hat.
And somebody made a felt version of him. Or a little like
Hell
you know,
yeah.
little crafty version.
Very cool.
Yeah.
If the Vandals met Daipenmon, what do you think would happen?
They would die.
I think we would get one dead penguin.
I mean,
It would
I
have been
think
Daipenmon's one victory.
this is the one time that Taipenmon gets a win versus the entirety of the Vandals.
Remember how the Vandals would absolutely destroy the Intruders? Yeah, but they can't take Daipenmon. That's the one thing that the Intruders managed to do.
Okay, but the question didn't say the Vandals and their Digimon.
Very true. Very true. Didn't say that. So.
I mean, we have an ER in Orlando. I think Gary would outsmart Divertimento
Easily. Fucking easily.
Probably, yeah. That said, Divertimento sweep.
This is one I'm going to ask because I think this is a useful one to get entered now, and then we can end off with a big one.
Yeah.
One of the hardest. This is from Grim Shadowfang. One of the hardest things for me in the recorded Digimon games I'm in is hearing myself talk. Like, I have a tough time listening to recordings of myself. Are there any tips on how to improve listening to my own voice recordings? Honestly, it's trial by fire. Those are just one of the things that you just got exposure therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how voice acting stuff works as well. Is I've for a while was just like, yeah, no, my voice is okay. And over the years, and I do mean fucking years, I've finally gotten to the point where I'm just like, I like my voice. It's pretty neat.
Yeah. Same. I mean, I hated the way I sound, especially early on. Oh my god. I went back to speech therapy after listening to myself for a little bit. But
yeah, it's
yeah,
one.
the
It's
more- Go
it's
ahead.
one of those. It's one of those things that you just gotta keep trucking. So, hopefully, you'll get more confidence, and that's gonna show also on your voice. And basically, don't be like me, who I did like a 360, which is I didn't like how I sounded, went to liking it, went to being okay with it, went to liking it, went to not being so okay, and then not liking it again, and now I'm back on the circle. But
Back
that's
in the
because I
fucking
stopped
building
voice
again.
acting for a very, very long time as well.
But now
So,
you're back.
yeah,
Now you're Frigimon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sometimes
we got
I,
a recent comment, by the way, that was like the Frigimon line, like the benefit of your, like that line took me the fuck out. It was like very recent. Like somebody got fucking clobbered
Really?
by that. Yeah, apparently. Somebody got fucking got by that, and I was excited to see that.
Fun fact: that was just something that I just said, and Red kept it.
Yes, it was not in the script. Weasel just gave that a fun little read. He was like, "Oh yeah, it's a reference to a game." I was like, "Fuck you, I'm keeping it."
It's a reference
Yep, there it is
to a group of Let's Players that I used to watch.
So like one more question.
Yeah, we can get one more.
last
in.
one.
Here's a fun one. Well, there's two actually here that might be interesting. One is, what was everyone's reaction to seeing the sprites? Like Nick in session 1 seeing the sprite of Keramon, then everyone's reaction to seeing the sprites at the end of the final session.
I mean, I can tell you this much at the very least. My initial reaction to seeing the Keramon sprite was, one, how did you manage to get that on there? Followed by, I'm so fucked for campaign 2. The bar has never been set higher, and I need to
For
accommodate.
Fucking real. I like sat Carrie and Spencer down and was like, you gotta watch this shit. The production value's through the fucking roof. Red Beast making everybody look like fucking chumps. And they're like, okay, we'll fucking see about that. Logan used like 3D models and shit. And then we showed that. And Spencer's like, what the fuck, Red Beast? What the fuck? I can't do that!
God
Fuck you!
Oh no! So, needless to say, I will be picking Red
He's
Beast's
like-
brain to make sure that I can pull off some shit like that
Spencer
myself.
was like, how did he do that? And I'm like, it's in Roll20. He's like, I'm not using Roll20. Are you kidding? I like myself. Like, all right, fair enough. You live your life.
I mean,
man.
yeah, you know, hey, I would have loved to jump over to like Foundry or like any of the other fucking things, but I don't
Please
know
no.
if they use, you know, Kids on Bike system. And two, we're already so invested in Roll20, man.
Yeah,
I
we're
spent so
we're in
long
this
trying to
now.
find a way to hack the sheets to add more than 15.
We are fucking in this now.
Also, I
God.
think there was maybe a mod. What, using Foundry on Swindy?
Yeah.
I think there might be an add-on, a module you can add.
I know that there's a way to get animated stuff on. I'm pretty sure like the week after, like a week or two after I showed Spencer this, he then showed up to Swee&D with an animated map.
Beautiful. Love it.
And I was like, yep, he saw it. He saw the vision.
Yep.
Also, big shout out to Storm. He wouldn't. It wasn't just me behind the scenes.
Of course.
Of course.
But still.
I'm also here, aka the name of my autobiography.
And I'm here too.
I was the youngest child for 1 minute, and then Red Beast came. And then I was like, and I'm the middle child, the forgotten one.
Took the title.
God damn.
How about you guys for the end of the session, for the end of the campaign?
Oh,
All of them.
those are all very cute. I love all of our
Very
sprites.
adorable.
The sprites are so
Yeah.
good.
Honestly,
Love our sprites.
I think I remember that I was kind of out of breath for like a second or something like that because I was not fucking expecting it. Like,
Haha,
oh
get
my
memories
God.
back, fool.
I love that when they're like, yeah, we found all these. Larry, we need you.
Larry, please.
Take the shot.
Take the
Deploy.
shot.
Deploy the Larry.
And if that's it, then I think we can wrap this up with just one more question from Ronkoi.
Alrighty.
Favorite
Okay.
moment from the game?
Oh, favorite moment here. I mean, for me, I think it would have to be like, and this is just gonna be absolutely biased as shit. The final blow that we got to do with everybody, like the fact that it was on like my turn with Jingtenmon, that I didn't think I was gonna get the final blow on this. I was just like, it's fine, I'll just use Duramon and it'll be great, and we'll get some damage in. It'll be fun. But the fact that we were able to get everybody in for one big huzzah at the end, that's peak cinema.
Oh yeah. we got to add all of our inspiration from everything, add or mercy tokens rather from everything, add all the stuff from the Void Horse. Just
Yep.
absolutely power of friendship attack the shit out of the enemy. It was a good time. It was a very, very good time. Oh, it was very, very fun. I am stuck between 3 moments total. Two that were partially mine, and then one additional one. Moment number 1, that stupid fuck ass 69 crit that Weasel got with
That was
Summon.
nuts.
That was
Damn it.
fucking great.
If you wouldn't,
Loved that shit.
if
so
that wasn't
good.
top 3, I would have been mad.
Nat 20th for a reason. Just to start off with that. Second thing, the bit of have I taken damage across the game, and Red proceeding to get more and more mad every single time. Dealing additional psychic damage with every single one was a very good time. And then third moment that was not mine was Blake putting away the 8-ball and like being more brave. That was great. It was very well role played. Very happy with that.
No, that was
Had a lot of fun
absolutely
seeing that.
incredible.
All of us in our heads being like, oh man, if he leaves the 8-ball, it's gonna be so fucking absolute cinema. And then you did, and we're all like, yeah.
It's peak. It's peak.
Yeah, I don't want to be like self-indulgent, but I would say that was my favorite moment.
Hell,
No, you
of
are
the
We
allowed
could
to
just
be
do like
as
a
well.
moment or two that we
And it
had,
was
and then a
peak.
moment that like somebody else had as well. We could
Yeah,
do that.
if you
So-
want to be like a moment,
Spe-
like this was my favorite moment that I had,
Yeah.
but this is my favorite moment that isn't me.
Yeah, but I just want to go a little bit more in detail of why I really like that moment, as well. First, that was completely unprompted. I did that like on the moment. That just felt right, which I am low-key proud that I managed to come up with that on the fly.
Dude, That's my top 5 things I've ever had a player do in one of my games.
And
So fucking-
second, the fact that it was on the same stream where I pulled a Zoe to the side and was like, okay, I have an idea. I want Blake to talk about how he's feeling about the situation, about Pagumon's death, and all of those things, which culminated with the whole thing. I'll have confidence bit,
Yeah.
and the fact that somehow managed to bring back to this, that was not planned. I just want to do that part there because I was like, okay, I want him to talk about it, and then that whole sequence happened, and I'm like, oh my god, this could have not fitted better. It was so insane, and Zoe, I cannot praise Zoe enough for how she played Jellymon.
Dude.
So yeah.
When you guys were role playing the session, that scene at the start of the session, I was cackling in my mind, just like, oh, they don't know what I'm hitting them with after break. This is gonna be so good.
Especially because I told you beforehand, it was like, I want to do something with Blake and Jellymon first. If you don't mind, you were like, sure. So it felt planned, but it just wasn't, and that's the beauty of this, I feel. My favorite moment that wasn't mine, I'm not gonna lie, I freaking loved just the whole bit with Caramon not believing that those are donuts.
I'm glad you enjoyed that because, like, I love Grimm so much. I was having trouble enjoying that moment. I'm like, how do I yes and this?
I mean, I was kind of right there with you. I was like,
how do I deal with this?
This
like,
this is a hard no. I'm like, okay.
This
It's
isn't
like-
a yes and. This isn't a no but. There's
I mean,
nothing being
it's-
added. This is a wall.
I mean,
How do I roleplay with this?
Uh-oh.
That is fair. However, since I wasn't participating in the scene, unfortunately, it was pretty funny.
I was so
Valid, I'll give
confused
you
because
that.
Storm very clearly said, a bouquet of donuts. We even joked at his word choice of bouquet.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what? This is getting known. What the fuck?
Also, I just read this in chat. And I thought that was great. Also, a very funny moment. Hey Adam, do you want to cuddle? And the dejected look on Micah's fucking face from that.
Can I share one of my favorite moments?
What does he have that I don't?
I also,
Storm, it's directed at everybody, so you and I get to answer
Yeah.
too.
I also
Oh,
remembered
fantastic.
another moment that I really like. I just want to say this.
That's okay.
I also loved Unimon being the living shit out of Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fucking great. That was pure chance that happened. It was fucking great. I also love the
Yeah.
Unimon Scumbo moment. That was a great short.
Oh yeah, that.
I
Yeah,
love
both
that.
both good shorts.
this.
You cannot stop me.
God damn, it's so good.
Don't eat the Scumbo.
Don't eat the scum.
Where's my hooves, Micah?
God damn.
I honestly feel like you were possessed every time that you played Unimon. I'm
He
not
goes
gonna.
to a fugue states.
That is 9/10 of my acting. Like, that's 9/10 of my method is just going into a fugue state.
Real,
Ceasing to exist as a person and fully inhabiting another human being.
real,
Or in this case, unicorn.
real Matthew Lillard is Shaggy energy.
I don't know where I go when I roleplay, so all these shorts that show up, I'm just like, oh yeah, that old version of me said that. He's really funny. I have no
That
I,
recollection of it.
just to give you an idea, I forgot that you beat yourself up.
Sure did.
I forgot that
Great.
there was not a roleplay between two people. That was you roleplaying with yourself.
Maybe don't phrase it like that. Maybe. Don't.
Storm, what about you?
Superman, you're signaling at me. You're indicating something's happening. What's going on? You want to do another attack thing, buddy? You want to whip my horse?
Well, to be fair, when Chase is in a scene, even with himself, it feels like two different people.
Very
He's
true.
just a
Very true.
menace.
It's a good time.
But I think my favorite moment was like Kirinmon blasting Daipenmon, and then Red got to say Daipenmon Dark Digivolve. And hearing everyone lose their
And just the
fucking mind.
reaction
I
from that.
Fucking.
I was
No.
I was
Wait.
I was so concerned with that, and I was like, please don't tell me you got another fucking Carlo commission done. And then we see this version. I'm like, okay, I was worried for nothing. So glad.
I am going to be honest. I had a fear flight moment. Is that how it's
A
called?
fight or flight moment.
A fight or flight moment, because it out of nowhere reminded me that I was there when the Portuguese dub of Cross Wars was made. So I was like, oh fuck, that's a thing that exists, right?
If I knew you worked in that dub, so if anything, I felt as though you would have saw it coming the easiest.
No, I actually completely forgot that that's a thing that happened.
I also just love the whole like, thank you, humans, for showing me the arrow of kindness and
It sucks that we can't do parody as easily anymore.
God damn.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
God, I think my favorite, executing on the Dark Ocean reveal, and then going into like all that stuff with the Dark Ocean and having you guys step up against the darkness. Like, I was so happy with teeing you guys up and you guys just knocking home runs out of those one-on-one moments with your Digimon. Like, I was so floored with everything all of you did. I'm so happy I got to touch on the Dark Ocean. So, like, the reveal of Marine Devimon, doing the cavalry, like the reinforcements, like it's like that fucking scene. I saw in my head like the scene from the Fullbring arc of Bleach, where like the Soul Reapers come to help out Ichigo against the Fullbring crew.
Right.
Like the sky opens up and it's like, yo, what's up? That's our boy.
Renji and the others are just there like, yo.
Oh my god, you made me remember that. Oh my god.
But
that
what
was so
about this part where I
cool.
biffed it during Marine Devimon's big speech, and then
That was great.
You could not have timed that better.
my dice deck fell and hit like a pile of water bottles that I had that I needed to take out.
It sounded like
so
fucking
good.
bowling pins.
It sounded like you basically died. I was like, oh no, I hope Storm's okay.
I thought you fell out of your chair, like your chair fucking collapsed.
No, that didn't happen. Not again.
Not this time.
But also, executing at the end with the sprites.
Yeah, no,
'Cause
that's pretty.
That music was specifically timed to my narration. So I was like, okay, let's, because I want that like crescendo beat to hit at where it hits. Storm Knight rehearsed that so many times.
It's
That's
so cool.
That's
Yeah,
so
oh,
cool.
speaking
That's
of, I'm just going
adorable.
to
I love
answer-
it.
Yeah, I'm just going to answer this because this was a question that got asked a lot by Sly and Encore. Totally random question, with no ulterior motives. What was the playlist you used? A common track I used here was The Dread. That's a track you can find on Roll 20. And I used 3 special little things from Epidemic Sound. When they were escaping the Dark Ocean, I used The Lifeguard.
That's funny. That's pretty good.
When the admins came to back up you all, that track was called Rescue at Sea.
God damn it.
Teehee.
And the final track of the session where you see the sprites was called We Are Unbreakable.
Oh,
That's pretty good.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. I love it.
There is one last question I want to answer on the list, Red, if that's okay.
Oh yeah, go ahead and ask it.
Is there any cool new lore in Digi-Destiny? Like, I don't know, does the server have a name? from
Oh.
Totally Not Storm Sage.
From
Thank
Totally-
you, Totally Not Storm Sage. You are very handsome.
It's
Yes.
funny you mentioned that because
Very
that
good
was the
question.
thing we had discussed for the most part. And
Hold
yeah.
on, how could you possibly know that he's handsome?
Do you have a mirror in that house?
Well, it's my house. thank you very much.
Unless. Sorry.
Unless you have a twin brother.
Yeah, I talked with them about this, and because of the way that the server works, and because it's like a private server, it is straight up like disconnected from everything else, and the Dark Ocean literally had to go out of its way to like break in to do what it did. I did have a name in mind for the server, which came about after coming up with a name for the server for Campaign 2, which we'll get to later. But for Campaign 1, the name of the private server is called World Zero,
Hell yeah.
as a reference to the fact that it's based
Alec
off
hit the
of-
wiki.
Yep, it's based
Alec
off
go.
of File Island, but it is essentially locked in a private little dimension. So there we go.
So the one shots that
Dimensional area.
the Armor one shot and Chase's one shots might be taking place on different servers.
Which will have a better connection to other various parts of the digital world in the grand scheme of things, which means they're not as locked off from each other. Meaning, if I truly wanted to, hey, that was from that one server. Yoink.
If I got the chance to name Campaign 1's server, I would have had to hard resist the urge to make a World of Warcraft reference and name it like fucking Admin Island or some shit.
Right.
Because that was like a fucking thing in World of Warcraft. They had like a little island they could teleport people to that only the mods could get to, that was entirely their own space.
Right.
Also, Nick, is it World Zero with the number or World Zero spelled out as the word?
I think I would assume it would be like World Zero, like spelled out.
Hell yeah.
Just
So-
as
Sick ass
for-
name. I'm here for it.
Yeah. And don't worry, we'll get to what happens in Campaign 2 later. But for now, I think that is a good time to wrap up this dive. Dive number 9, specifically focused on everything that happened with Intruder. For the leftover questions that we have remaining still, don't worry, everybody. We do plan on still going over those. More specifically, we'll be going through the rest of those likely during the donation streams that are happening. And again, the times we'll be doing those
We only got
things.
through 40.
Yeah, we only got through 40 of the 108 or some such. But yes, those donation streams are again going to be the 29th and the 30th of March, so at the very end of the month. And then the third and final day of those streams is going to be on April 5th, so that first Saturday of April. We will be streaming for 4 hours at a time on each of those days, and we'll be continuing through regardless of whether we reach the donation goal or not. So during that time while we're playing games with everybody, it's probably the perfect time to be like, hey, we've got a little bit of downtime, and this game doesn't require a lot of brain power. Red, pull up the rest of the questions.
I feel like at a cursory element, because we don't know who all's going to be there, because it's possible not all of us will be able to be there that frequently. Like,
Yeah.
not only is it not bi-weekly, which is our normal availability, it's also repeatedly on the same weekend. So, like, that Saturday and Sunday are both going to be a stream that weekend, and then the week after on the Saturday. So, like, that's a lot of quick stuff. We don't know who's going to be there, who's not going to be there. We're finding out. We're all going to try to be there, but, you know, stuff might happen. You never know.
Exactly.
So I think at a cursory guess, I would say probably day 2 or 3 will be continuing the dive, because day 1 we're going to try to have as front loaded with entertainment for newcomers as possible.
Very true, very true.
Yeah. I also, I definitely need to go back to some of these because I didn't answer on some of the group ones. I forgot to answer on Leica's behalf, so I have to fix that.
Oh yeah. So we'll highlight the stuff that we'll come back to, get it set up for the next dive 9.5 basically,
Yes.
and we'll do one of those. It'll be a good time. We'll be excited to see you there.
Exactly.
So excited for the fundraiser.
Yes, the fundraiser's going to be so good. I'm so excited for that.
It'll be a
I
grand
gotta
old
see what
time.
kind of
We get
layout I'm
to-
doing for that. That'll be interesting.
I have
to
a few
figure out.
ideas. I can
Okay.
you and I can have a meeting to go over.
Yeah,
that.
we'll figure that out.
And we
We'll
have
try
plenty
to
of
get
goodies.
that pinned down this coming week when we can.
Of course. But with
yeah.
that said, as we kind of close out for the night for the most part, there was one last thing I wanted to go over. Hey, Red, hey, Storm.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of my house! Fuck! Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.